She came up with a plan and she first told Mr. Paulus Buddha, as he was standing outside and he overheard this plan.
Sy het gevoel met die plan en dit het tyd op die lucht en buiten gestaan, die tyd wat hy van meer Paulus nie aan wat daar is.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Can somebody maybe just adjust the microphone for the witness so that we can also hear her answer on record? Thank you. And the way I understand it from what you heard, he wasn't really interested in the beginning.
Soos ek correct verstaan het, hy was nie interessant geweest in die plan in die begin.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Because he said something in the vein of epidemics via nonsense.
Want hy het iets gesê van ek is dit vir nonsense. He said something that I'm not to do for nonsense.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now I'm going to stay with Mr. Paulus for a moment.
Ek gaan net met die Apollos bly vir 'n rukkie.
He did nothing more but to go along and to help with the cover-up on the Monday.
Hy het niks meer gedoen nie, net om saam met die plan te gaan om die hele week op te kappen.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Furthermore, you can't say anything that he was involved in the disappearance.
Verder, ek kan net meer sê van die voltooiing van die kant.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Turning to Mr. Van der Rijn.
Ons gaan nou
Stefano.
na meneer Van der Rijn toestel nou.
On the face of it looks as if he was only there by chance.
Ons nou kyk, hy was net daar by die kans.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Like yourself.
Soos ek.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
He didn't say much. He didn't do anything.
Ek het baie gesê en ek het gesê, niks op nie.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
The only thing that you can say was he was prepared to accept his 1,200 rand at some stage.
Die enigste ding wat ek kan sê is dat om sy 1,200 rand te kry om sê op die staat.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Of course, he didn't get your money and you don't know whether he got anything.
Ek het nie ook geld gekry nie en ek het ook nie geld gekry of nie.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And I take it you don't know what he told the police
En ek sal
after the 20th, after the night.
Ek sal dit neem dat ek weet nie wat het hy vir die polisie gesê nie na die tot die 19de nie.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So you can't say anything whether he was in fact part of the cover-up.
So ek kan niks sê dat hy was deel van die hele ding te kan nie.
That's right, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Then to Ms. Smith,
Sorry, my lord, the witness is asking me to speak a bit loud, my lord.
good. Turning to Ms. Smith,
As nou na mevrou Smith toe gaan,
she came up with a plan.
sy het opgekom met die plan.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And when Mr. Paulus said he doesn't want to be part of her nonsense, she said now she's going to follow her own head.
Die tyd wat die Apollos sê dat hy nie deel is van 'n strooide van ons is nie, dus sy sê gaan maar voort te gaan.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
She was the one on the Sunday, according to you, that took Joshlin to the car.
Sy is die een wat op die Sondag vir Joshlin na die kaart geneem het.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
She gave all the instructions about keeping Joshlin at home and that she will come back round about 2 on the Monday.
Sy is die een wat instructies gegee dat Joshlin by die bly en sy self terug op sy 2 uur se kant.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
She was the one that packed the bag and also took Joshlin to the car on the Monday.
Sy is die een wat die sak gepak het en sy is die een wat ook Joshlin na die kaart geneem het die maandag.
That's correct, my Lord.
That's correct, my Lord.
Who was the person that said you guys must keep quiet and go along with the plan in telling the police all this other nonsense?
Wie was die persoon wat gesê het die moet voorgaan op saamgaan met die plan en die moet die polisie aan ons vertel?
Dit was ek en Boeta en Stefano.
But who came up with that plan? I'm
Maar
sorry.
ik was myself, Buddha en Stefano, maar wie heeft die plan gekomen?
Kiali.
Kenny, my Lord.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Aronson. I think that ties it down a lot more.
Thank you, Lord. Yes. I have other questions, sir.
Yeah. You've already put it to the witness that your client knows nothing about the plan. He wasn't there on the Sunday. So that takes that out of the way.
Indeed, my Lord. What I would like to just inquire from the court is in respect of the video of the confession. Are we going to view the video?
Exhibit 1.
Exhibit R. Exhibit 1 is the video of Exhibit R, correctly?
Well, it's here. I don't know whether you're going there, whether there's any need to go there from your side. Because you've covered that on Thursday, didn't we?
We did, my Lord, I did, my Lord, but in light of the evidence that the witness gave on Monday, the 17th of March this year, where she corrected items or aspects of her confession. It's very clear in my humble submission.
Well, we can play the video, but we've gone through it step by step on Thursday. What are the corrections you want to go to?
My Lord, I think the most important one is the evidence in the confession about how many times, according to the witness's evidence, the polo was there on Sunday, and who went to the polo.
She's now on Thursday told us, and we've confirmed it in the summary that I've just gone through with her, that your client didn't go to the polo.
Yes, indeed, but it doesn't take away, my Lord, that she, on the one hand, said that he went, on the other hand, said he didn't.
We have that on record.
Yes.
So you can argue it at the end of the day.
Thank you, my Lord.
We don't have to rehash all the evidence.
Thank you, my Lord. I will then.
And unless it's absolutely necessary, I'm not going to allow us to waste time to replay it again.
Thank you, my Lord. I'll proceed then on Monday.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Lombard, I'm going to take you back to Monday morning, your evidence about Monday morning, the 19th of February 2024. You recall that now?
I didn't know. That's right. That's great.
Just to say shortly, your evidence that you got up early in the morning and you did your homework.
Can you please repeat that?
Your evidence led that you got up that Monday morning early and you did your homework, your huiswerk.
Is het waar die maandagochtend in vroeg opgestaan in Israël? That's correct. That's correct.
Just tell me, as I understood from your evidence earlier, you usually make food for Ayanda in the morning.
That's correct. That's correct.
Did you make food for him that morning?
En u kom kos gemaak na sy toe?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And you took it to the car wash?
En u het na die car wash geneem?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And when did he go to the car wash?
En wanneer het hy na die car wash gegaan?
No echo.
Ayanda.
Ayana.
Ayanda klaar om André te gaan leren.
When Ayana was done dressing up to went to work.
And does he always go at the same time?
En gaan hy ook op dieselfde plek werk?
Dia gaan er ook siapa te gaan leren toe.
No, he did not go to the same time to work.
What time does the car wash open?
Toen hij car wash open.
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. 7 uur.
So what time did you take his food? Or did he eat at home?
Hoe lang het die kos geneem om dit te bereiden?
Ele depois na casa do fato.
I took the food to the car wash.
At 7 o'clock?
7 uur.
En die manier.
No, sir.
What time?
Hoe lang?
Dus ik moet heel gezegd door dat. Daar was iemand op kantoor was ook gewoon 7 ambulance, dus 7 o'clock.
And I told you first that someone came from the car wash and I asked someone, that person, what time it was, and the person said that it's 7 o'clock.
You did not give us that evidence on Monday. You gave us that evidence about what happened on Sunday.
En dit is ons gegeven dat dit op maandag gebeur het, gesê dat dit gebeur het Sondag.
What is your reply?
The witness seems to be confused. Remember, there were 2 days. The one was the Sunday.
And even though it was the Sondag,
That's correct.
that's correct.
That culminated in these arguments later.
But
At Kelly's house.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
That's where the question arose whether you had the children with you or not.
En het is waar je vraag dat is van een equal.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
So where we are this morning, on this Monday morning today, we put the Sunday behind us.
Waar ons nog is die maandag ons Sondag achterlaat.
That's correct.
That's correct.
We're dealing today with Monday morning, the day that Joshlin was taken to the car at about lunchtime by Kelly that you testified about.
Ons staat ook aan die maandag die maandag Joshlin was aan die kant geneem die Kelly.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now that Monday morning, can you remember what time Ayanda left for the car wash?
En iedereen wil maandag hoe maandag Ayanda aan de car wash.
Ik kan heel duidelijk.
I can't remember, sir.
Did you take food to him that morning, the Monday morning?
If you also name the maandag,
That's correct.
that's correct.
Now what time do you know that you took the food?
Hoe maandag is als die maandag also name.
Ik is ook niet zeker wanneer je laat is geweest.
I'm not sure what time it was, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, Manu.
Adamson.
My Lord, the witness is indicating to me that she can't hear what I'm saying.
Okay. Could you hear that, Ms. Lombard?
Can you hear what
Good.
now I can hear what I'm doing.
Okay, let's try again.
Thank you. Ms. Lombard, I just want to ask you, I'm not going back to Sunday, but I do want to ask you, after that whole episode on Sunday that you gave evidence about,
En dan so
did you talk to Ayanda about what you, according to your evidence, experienced at Kelly and Buddha's house on Sunday?
Nee, ik vond het heel.
No, I don't have any.
Now, your evidence led that there was a polo at least once. In your confession, it refers to twice at or opposite the car wash.
Can you repeat that?
Your evidence
And is it the polos?
led that on Sunday there was a polo opposite or near the car wash.
And is it the polo or the bus?
That Sunday,
I saw
according to your evidence, only once. According to your oral evidence, according to your confession information, it was twice.
and is it the ladies road and the car was in the polo was like empty, and is it the empty that says
I would please object to this statute. Firstly, we have now dealt with Sunday. We keep on going back to Sunday. Secondly, that is not the only interpretation, and that is also not the evidence of this witness. According to this witness, the polo was there, and Kelly went there once. Kelly with Joshlin. According to the confession, if one reads it, one can hear that or see that the polo was there. At first, the first trip was taken by Kelly and Buddha and Joshlin, or Kelly and Buddha, and the second trip was only Kelly and Joshlin. But it's not to say that the polo was there twice. The polo could have been there on one occasion and remained there for both the trips. That's an interpretation of the confession. It does not necessarily say that the polo was there twice, and it never was this witness's evidence that the polo was there twice on the Sunday.
Yes, Mr. Haramse, any response?
Yes, my lord. In terms of her confession, it is very clear that the polo was there twice on Sunday. I know that the state led the witness's evidence on Monday the 17th this year, that the witness then said that when she referred to in her confession to maandagoggend, it was actually, she meant Sunday morning. That is why I asked about the video. It is very clear in the video, if one listens to the video, on video 002 at 34 minutes and 12 seconds, that there was a discussion between Captain Sillier and the witness regarding, before she started with that paragraph maandagoggend, regarding and confirming, okay, we are now at Monday morning.
All right, so just leave it there.
Thank you, ma'am.
That question for now. Do we have the facility here to play the... we're not going to play it immediately. When Mr. Aronse is finished, if it's before the break, we can put up the equipment. If you're still busy during the break, we can put up the equipment. I take it one can play it off a laptop.
My lord, unfortunately, I learned this morning that Colonel Morris had taken the data projector and the screen with him when he left here on Thursday. I have requested the investigating officer to see if we can perhaps source those facilities from...
We don't necessarily have to have it on the screen. We can open it up on a laptop, and I can open it up on my iPad.
My lord, I'm hoping that the local LCRC office perhaps can assist us with those facilities. I have requested the investigating officer to try to make arrangements.
So let's see what we can do. If we can't do that, we'll use our own equipment. Mr. Haramse, leave the video now. Go on with your other questions. We can get back to it.
As it may please the court, my lord.
You have it on your laptop there.
I do have it, yes.
And are you at that spot?
No, I'm not there. I can go there, my lord.
Okay, so when we take a break, you can find it. And I will bring my equipment in, and we'll find it. If we really need to go there.
Yes, yes.
Because I thought we dealt with it, but...
We did, my lord.
Yeah, we did, so I don't know why you want to go there again.
I want to point out that the correction that she made
Mr.
is only
Harmson,
the one part.
we don't have to repeat questions. We've dealt with that issue on Thursday. But if you want to waste time, feel free. But carry on with something else.
I will carry on, my lord. You said that Ayanda that you didn't tell Ayanda about Sunday.
See, you asked the question, she answered the question.
Yes. Now, what I'm asking you now is, did Ayanda approach you about having seen a car or cars outside in the form of a white polo outside his car wash on Sunday?
Dus u sê dat u die vir Ayana gesê het dat hy die stop na gee. Maar Ayana vir u genader om gepraat oor 'n voertuig ouder ons kan sê op hy sê car was gestaan.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Okay. As I started off with the evidence about Monday morning that you said you went to Kelly's house.
Dus ek begin dat u so tydens die maandagoggend en u het gesê u het na Kelly se huis toe gegaan.
You were asked by the court what time it was and you said you don't know, but it was before the children went to school. You recall that?
Want ek het vir u gevra hoe laat was dit, toe sê u kan nie onthou nie, maar toe het ek vir u gevra, toe sê u dat dit was voordat die kinders skool toe gegaan het.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And do you know, did you at that station and today, can you remember when the school started in the morning?
En u onthou hoe laat die skool begin daai oggend.
7:30, 8 o'clock.
7:30, 8 o'clock.
Okay. So your evidence then says that you were at Kelly's house before the school started, so you were there at 7:30, between 7:30 and 8 o'clock. Didn't go to school. Why did you ask? Yes,
As far as I know, there wasn't a learner anymore. So why should she ask Kelly, why would I didn't go to school?
no, sorry, I mean Redwin and Joshlin.
The evidence was that she asked Kelly why
Yes.
the children didn't go to school.
Yes, that's what I'm meaning. I misspoke there. I just misspoke there. I mean Kelly. You asked Kelly. Your evidence was you asked Kelly why did Redwin and Joshlin, you didn't mention them, but why did children go to school? Why did you ask her that question if you were early enough there before the children had gone or would have wanted to or should have gone to school? Why did you ask that?
Hoekom het u Kelly gevra hoekom is die kinders nie skool toe nie?
Kan u dit gou weer vir my verduidelik asseblief?
Can you please explain it to me again, sir?
The time that you said you were at Kelly's house,
Die tyd dat u sê u was by Kelly se huis,
if it was any time, the children would have not have left for school yet, but yet
as op enige tyd gewees is, die kinders van die skool gegaan het en maar,
To simplify, it's also an issue we dealt with last week.
en om makkelijker te maak, ons het ook gepraat oor dit laas week,
Because I asked her.
want ek het vir u gevra.
thank you, my lord.
So you were there before the schools would have started the morning.
U was daar gewees voordat die skool sou begin te daai oggend.
That's correct.
That's correct.
The question is, why would you then ask Kelly why the children didn't go to school? Because they could still have gone. It was still before school time.
Nou die vraag is, hoekom het u vir Kelly gevra? Hoekom is die kinders nie skool toe nie, want hulle het nog plek gehad om skool toe te gaan, en die skool was ingegaan.
Die tyd dat ek vir Kelly gevra het, sê Kelly, is al goed beter kan die kinders om weg te maak vir school nie. Dis die rede.
The reason why I asked Kelly, my lord, is because I saw that Kelly was not prepared or not prepared yet to prepare these kids, my lord, hence I asked.
Thank you.
Right, now, so your evidence, as you said, the children were there. Did you see them? Did you actually see the two children in the house?
U sê dat die kinders wat daar gewees het. U eintlik die 3 kinders gesien in die huis.
Dis korrek. Dit was die 2, dit was die 3.
That's correct. It was not 2, it was 3 kids.
Okay, that included Rochelle.
Rochelle alright.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Now, did you see whether Requin and Joshlin and Rochelle had already got out of bed or were they still in bed?
En ek gesê Requin, Joshlin en Rochelle was hulle in die bed in of was hulle uit op as hulle wakker?
Hulle was wakker, maar hulle het in die bed gesit.
They were awake but were seated in bed.
Now, just to clarify, we now know from the photographs there's a bed in the front room and there's a bed in the back room.
Ons weet ook van die foto's as 'n bed in die voorkant en die agterkant.
Dis korrek, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Where the bed?
Waar was hulle?
Rochelle was in die venster, al die vensters zitten, dus Rochelle was daar geweest.
And Rochelle was by the window side of the room.
En Joshlin en Requin was die voor de eerste kamer geweest.
Requin and Joshlin was on the front side.
Yes.
Now, Buddha will say
Nou, hoe moet ons al sê?
that Kelly went to work with Rochelle
Kelly het werk toe gegaan met Rochelle.
around 7:30.
Omtrent soos 12 agterkant.
Let's just pause there and the witness answer that. Do you know anything about it?
Weet u enige iets van dit waar Boeta sal kon sê dat Kelly het sy met Rochelle toe gegaan geloop so 7:30 se kant.
Ik weet niet daarvan, want jij is gewoon met Rochelle.
I pay no knowledge of that, my lord, but Kelly did leave with Rochelle.
And would you agree that that would have been about 7:30 in the morning?
En u gaan u saam sê dat dit was so 7:30 se kant gewees in die oggend.
Ik kan niet zeggen hoe laat was het geweest, hè?
I won't be able to say what time it was.
Want jij loopt niet, jij moet dit dezelfde tijd van je zelf weer doen, of je kennis naar school gaat.
Because Kelly don't leave the same time always going to work or taking the kids to school.
You see, there's independent evidence led by Colin Seegers.
Sien u dat dat tydens dan met Colin Stevens.
Seegers with a Z.
Vegas.
That Kelly arrived at her house with Rochelle
Kelly daar vir huis met Rochelle.
in the vicinity of 7:30 in the morning.
Omtrent so 7:30 se kant in die oggend.
Kan je
Ken dat?
mij ook weer
Can you please repeat that for me, sir?
There's independent evidence. Colin Seegers, the woman at which house Kelly worked, gave evidence. Colin Seegers gave evidence that Kelly, with Rochelle, arrived at her house at 7:30 that Monday morning.
Nou, so the tijdens van Colin Stevens afhankelijke ongetuigen, wees dat Kelly is aangereveerd bij huis omtrent so 7:30 met Rochelle.
Can you,
niet daarvan.
I pay no knowledge of that.
but would you agree with me then if that is, there's no reason to doubt that. If that happened, then everything you say you saw and heard would have happened well before 7:30.
As het so is, as my getuienis wat gebenadig is, dat dit wat u sê, u van hoor omtrent my tyd, dan dat u nog getuig dat dit vroeger is dit gebeur, die tyd.
Soos ek gesê, ek weet nie hoe laat was het geweest nie.
As I say, I don't know what time it was.
You see, Buddha would say, Mr. Pollis will say,
In fact, the evidence was, Mr. Armsa, that she arrived there that morning earlier than normal.
Early, my lord,
So
yes.
that's what struck Mrs. Zegers. Because she was earlier than normal. And she arrived there at about 7:30, just to
Yes.
complete the point.
Yes.
Because she said she used the following words to Kelly. Ms. Zegers
Yes.
said in evidence, and she said her words were, I noted, my words were, Kelly, you are early. Where are the other two children? And then, of course, skipping a paragraph or two, Kelly then told her that they are not feeling well and they wouldn't be going to school. But the point is made.
Yes.
You're not sure of the time, so it could even have been earlier than 7:30 when you got there.
Is zeker van die tijd dat is dan sien oorvloer as die 30 van die genoem.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Right, then we can move on. Mr.
Thank you, my lord. Your evidence then also led to the effect that you got there early, you don't know what time it was before Kelly went to work.
Ek was in die was dan, ek was daar gewees met die huis en voor ek weet dat die is nou seker die was dan dit was voor ek daar toe gegaan.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And during that time, when the prosecutor asked you if there was any discussion about the plan and the money, you answered it's correct. So this,
Ek waar toen die aanklaer vir Eva was daar enige gesprek gewees oor die geld en die het gesê dis korrek.
so this, what I'm asking you, so this discussion would have also taken place well before 7:30, or before 7:30 at least.
So daai gesprek het ook gebeur voor 7:30.
That's right, sir.
That's correct, sir.
Then in your,
Maybe just, where were you when that discussion took place?
Waar was u gewees toe daai gesprek gebeur?
And by Kelly Brace. By Kelly Brace.
I was in Kelly's place.
Inside the house? Front of the house, at the door? Can you give us an indication?
Kan u ons indikasie gee, was u in die huis gewees? Het u by die deur gestaan of waar was u gewees by Kelly's huis?
Ek het by die deur gestaan, ek geklop
I stood by the door and I knocked
en gaan in die huis in.
and I went inside the house.
Yes, thank you, Mr. House.
thank you, my lord. So you went in the house. Your evidence is you saw Joshlin, you saw Requin, you saw Rochelle, Kelly, and Buddha. Now,
U het in die huis ingegaan, u sê dat u vir Rochelle gesê, u vir Requin gesê, u vir Buddha, vir Kelly en vir Joshlin.
is that correct?
Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact,
That's correct.
in fact, you said that you saw Stefano there as well.
En u het gesê, u het vir Stefano daar gesê ook.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, what I want to ask you about that statement, about in your 204 statement, paragraph 55, it says that Kelly, say on Joshlin, Kelly said to Joshlin, and I'm going to translate it, I'm now going to pack your stuff. In Afrikaans, ek gaan nou jou goed inpak. You remember that?
Kan u dit nou Kelly gesê dat dan nog aan die goed pak?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And then Kelly packed Jocelyn's clothes in a black cooler bag. Now my question to you is,
En Kelly het Joshlin se goed in die swart koelbak gepak.
That's correct.
That's correct.
the house being quite small, Jocelyn being there, Kelly saying this, surely Jocelyn would have heard this. Do you agree?
Want dit is 'n klein huis, so 'n klein vertrek. Joshlin het dit gesê van die kontak en Joshlin het die ding gehoor.
Sê gou weer.
Want dit is 'n klein vertrek. Kelly het dit gesê van die kontak. So dit beteken dat Joshlin het dit gehoor wat die man gesê het.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now my question to you is, I put it to you that if that was said by Kelly and Joshlin would have heard it,
As Kelly dit gesê het, so Joshlin sou dit gehoor het.
did Joshlin ask her mother, where am I going? Why are you packing my bags?
En Joshlin het haar gevra, want van ek hoekom pak mama met die sak.
That's correct.
That's good.
Did she ask that?
Ek sê dit gevra.
Sê het gevra.
She did ask that.
It's not in your evidence.
Maar dit is nie die se getuienis nie.
Dis wat die vrou aan meneer my vra.
That's a question that you asked me.
I'm asking you the question, when you were there, this was said by Kelly, Joshlin is there, I'm putting it to you, surely Joshlin would have asked her mother, where am I going?
Ek vra dit vir u, want u sê dat Kelly het dit gesê en as Joshlin daar was, as Joshlin daar was, sê sy die man gevra, waar toe gaan u?
And you say now that Joshlin did ask where she was going?
En u sê dat Joshlin het gevra, waar toe gaan u?
Sê het gevra.
She did ask.
And did Kelly answer her?
Het Kelly vir haar antwoord?
Nee.
No.
That part is not in your evidence, in your 204 or in your oral evidence.
Daai getuienis in die as die eerste getuienis nou hier in jou hof nie, en ook in die 204 verklaring.
Any comment?
Enige kommentaar?
Dit die antwoord.
I don't have an answer.
Okay, then have a look at paragraph 56 of the 204 statement.
As ons nou dan kyk na paragraaf 56 van die 204 verklaring.
If you're going to read what's in the paragraph,
I want to ask,
it'll land up on social media
sorry, my lord.
because there's a meme doing the rounds that I use those words toward you in court.
Yes, my lord,
I don't know how
I can
people
just,
can dare to twist the truth like that.
yes, my lord.
Now leave it up to them, the ones that have time.
May I mention those words, my lord?
You may mention it, and at least people will know that I didn't address you that way. Because you can rest assured it will land up somewhere. But use it, because it's here, it's part of the evidence, in the context of the evidence.
Yes, my lord, I can confirm those words are not uttered to me by anyone in this court. Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombard, have a look at paragraph 56. You say it in paragraph 56, I'm going to read it to you in Afrikaans. Ek vra Kelly, this is now after the bags have been packed, and you say that Joshlin asked where she's going. You heard it.
Ek vra vir u met na paragraaf 56 meegaan op 204 verklaring. En u sê dat dit is waarna dan Kelly verklaring.
You asked, ek vra Kelly, waarna is sy op pad? Now you're referring to Joshlin.
Kelly, where is she on her way to?
And Kelly answered, okay, before I get to the answer,
En Kelly geantwoord, voor ek by die antwoord gaan.
do you see that sentence?
Kan u sien het lyn?
That's correct.
The first
Yes,
part.
that's correct.
Now what I want to know from you, you were there, you were, in terms of the evidence, you gave evidence that there was a discussion, Sunday, Monday morning, you knew, I'm putting it to you, you knew what the plan was with Joshlin. Why, and it's been said there by Kelly as well, in front of Joshlin, and Joshlin asked, where am I going? Why do you ask Kelly, waarna is sy op pad? Why did you ask her that?
is daar geweest, nee, die het gehoord van dit plan nie, en die gaat ook wirklich sy kan nie meer moes nog vir Joshlin nie, en is dit ook aan sy opdracht, en toe het Joshlin ook vir die man gevraagd, waar toe gaan sy. Maar die het gehoord, die planne en as die identiteit kan hy gepraat het. En hoekom het jy dan van gevraagd, die by paragraaf 56, nee, waar toe gaan sy.
Maar ik was niet zo bang te creëren voor Joshlin.
Because I saw she was packing even clothing for Joshlin.
That is not the answer to my question. My question to you is,
So dis die antwoord aan die vraag en die vraag is,
you knowing very well, according to your evidence, what the plan was, where Joshlin was going to go to, why?
en die getuienis wat u gesê het, nee, u weet van die planne op aan toe gaan dus Joshlin dan nou.
Why did you write there or have written there in your paragraph 56 Act Fra 2? Why did you say or why did you ask Kelly, waarna is sy op pad? Meaning, where is Joshlin on her way?
Want
Correct.
wat ik het sinds een paar kleren voor Joshlin, dat is de reden hoekom ik vanaf vraag daar toe sê op pad is.
It's because I saw that she was packing clothing for Joshlin, hence I asked where is she on the way to or where is she going to.
My question again for the last time, you knew what the plan was, you knew where she was going to go, why do you ask her where she's going?
Mevrouw, my vraag weer eens is dat u het geweet van die planne of u het gehoord van die planne nie, en Joshlin vrouw ook vir die maan, waar toe gaan sy wat sy kleren uitgepakt moes nog. U weet nog waar toe gaan sy. Nou, hoekom dan u van gevraag, waar toe gaan sy?
Want ik het sinds een paar kleren aan, ik weet niet aan.
It's because I saw she's taking the clothing in. I don't have any other.
Good, I'll move on. Now we're back to the part in your evidence in chief.
You're not gonna be going to the second part of the sentence. You're scared of the TikTokers.
My lord, I can complete for the sake of completeness. For the sake of completeness, I will put to you then, Kelly said, upon your question, where is she going? Kelly answered and said to you, in Afrikaans, in brackets it is here, loopkak, comma, nie jou besigheid nie. You confirm that?
Because this is written in Afrikaans, so I'll read it in Afrikaans, and in English you translate, go shit, don't, that's none of your business.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, I can ask you a question about that as well. Why would Kelly answer that? According to your evidence, there was a big discussion on Sunday, there was a discussion on Monday morning about what's going to happen to Joshlin, the arrangement about the money. Why would Kelly now say to you, look, kak, nie jou besigheid nie? Why would she say that?
Hoekom sal u Kelly vir dit sê nie, loopkant, dis nie die besigheid nie, want u sê dat u kennis gedra of van die planne of u gehoor van die planne nie, dat gaan gebeur so, hoekom sal sy vir iets toe antwoord?
Omdat ik haar vraag dan, dus heel vaak dat is de reden hoekom ze het zo zeggen.
It's because I asked her where is she on her way to, that's why she answered me that by going that manner.
I'm going to move on to paragraph 58 of your
Ek gaan aanbeweeg na paragraaf 58
of your 204 statement.
van Ezekiel eerste verklaring.
We've already dealt with that on Thursday last week.
Ons het al reeds oor dit gepraat, laasweek en donderdag, last week.
And your final response to the court was that you were present, you heard Kelly speaking to Buta. She didn't speak to him in advance, as your paragraph 58 suggests. You heard what Kelly was saying about 2 o'clock. Joshlin must be ready for 2 o'clock.
Can you please repeat that?
We dealt with this on Thursday, your evidence in paragraph 58.
Hier het al getuienis mee aan dit oor gepraat met donderdag in paragraaf 58.
And it emerged on Thursday
En dit het uitgekom aan donderdag.
from questions asked you by His Lordship
Van die vraag wat u vir u gevra het,
that you were actually there when Kelly would have told Buta about getting Joshlin ready for 2 o'clock that Monday.
dat u was eintlik daar gewees, die tyd wat Kelly vir Boeta sê dat Joshlin gereed is gekreëer.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So you remember that.
So u onthou dat.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And then, further in paragraph 58, what's important there is the second part of the sentence where it says dat die mense kom haal vir Joshlin omtrent 1400 uur, 14:00, ons moet vir Joshlin reghou.
As u verder gaan hier in paragraaf 58 lees en u nog eerst verklaring te sê dat is vir Joshlin nie hier gereed is nie, dat mense gaan vir Joshlin kom haal. Ons.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So you remember, and your evidence is that Kelly also spoke to you, saying you and Buta must have Joshlin ready for 2 o'clock.
En u behoort u so getuies aan dit is wat Kelly gesê het, dat u en aan Boeta dat julle ons moet vir Joshlin regel.
Sy het vir Boeta gesê,
She told that to Boeta.
But the last part of that sentence, where you say, in die tyd het Boeta en Stefano mandrakes gerook. You see that? Last part of paragraph 59, sorry. Last part of paragraph 59 says, in die tyd het Boeta en Stefano mandrakes gerook. You see that?
Kan u sien dat hier paragraaf 59 en hierdie tyd Boeta en Stefano het mandrakes gerook. Can you see that in paragraph 59 which says that at that stage Boeta and Stefano smoked mandrakes?
that's correct.
That's correct.
Now Buddha will say that he never smoked mandrakes at that time of the morning,
Boeta sal kon sê uit die mandrakes gerook die dat tyd van die oggend nie.
and that Stefano was not there at that time of the morning either.
En Stefano was nie ook daar gewees na die tyd van die oggend na die tyd nie.
He'll reply.
Het die een geantwoord?
Hulle het gerook, Patten het hulle gerook, en seker was daar gewees.
That they smoked Patten and Stefano was there that morning.
So your paragraph 59 then, in terms of your paragraph 59, Kelly went to work. And you said that you remained there for a further 30 minutes.
En u sê jy daar verder gebly omtrent 30 minute.
How do you know it was 30 minutes?
Hoe weet u dit was 30 minute?
Dit was my eie aanleiding wat ek gemaak het.
It was my own estimation that I made for assumption.
What?
Can I please approach the page, please?
Excuse me?
Can I approach the page, please?
Certainly. Just going to make it short here. 5 minutes. Let's make it 8 minutes. Okay. Mr. Answer, I will also bring my device in if we need to go there.
Thank you, my lord.
Tot 10 o'clock. Good pleasure.
All right.
Second last paragraph.
I beg your pardon, my lord.
R4, second last paragraph.
Yes, my lord.
Movie 2. You want to go to movie 2?
Movie 2, video table 02. And then on that, it is a 36-minute video. My
No,
lord.
you want to go to 34 and 12 seconds.
34 and 12 seconds, my lord.
Play your one.
My lord, maybe I can put a microphone next to my...
Yeah.
Let me put my laptop on the podium here, my lord. Okay. It'll pick it up. My lord, there the witness said, "Act stop now." And she stopped, Captain Smith.
Yeah.
Oké, je gaat dus terug naar je eigen huis toe? Ja. Oké, so jij, nadat je dit gezien hebt, hoe ga jij naar je eigen huis toe? Oké, kom eens zien dat jij gaat terug naar je eigen huis toe, hè?
Nou, ik heb het wel plek verstaan, dat ik om mij kan zien.
Stop your one.
Oké, so zij kon...
En maandagoggend gaan jy terug na Boeta en Kelly se huis toe.
Yes, my lord, what I wanted to just point out that there was a discussion between the witness and Captain Celia, where it was confirmed, it was not written down, it was confirmed there, good, ons gaan nou na maandag, we begin it, this is going to be Monday, then that's why it was written Monday.
Yeah. So what about it?
The state led her evidence on the
You
17th.
can argue that. Why do you have to go back there? We all have Exhibit 1. And we know what the witness said about the different reasons for the discrepancies that you gave. Remember, if you listen to a video of this type of thing, now the witness, for example, says, "To where ek staan ek," and then it's clarified. And then what's written down is just "to where ek." When we have to deal with an argument, look at the evidence in context, and we all have the exhibits at hand. Then we can deal with it. Just move on, please, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, my lord.
After Kelly left on the Monday morning, you've put to her that Mr. Apollos said he doesn't smoke mandrax that early in the morning, and Stefano was not there. And she responded they did smoke and Stefano was there.
Thank you, my lord.
And that was
I stated to her that we have dealt on Thursday with this issue about who said what in front of Boeta and her and all that. And then I want to put to her what my client says.
yeah.
Ms. Lombard, in light of your evidence, my client, Mr. Apollos, says and will say there was, at that stage, or is, no such black cooler bag in their possession that you referred to.
Hy sal sê dat daardie tyd hulle so swart koerbag gehad het en was nie genoem nie.
What's your reaction to that?
Wat is u se antwoord?
Daar was 'n swart koolbeek gewees.
There was a black koerbag.
Can you indicate to the court, more or less with your hands, the size of the cooler bag?
Kan u vir ons aanwys op hoe groot is die koerbag met die sand? Kan u vir ons wys?
Dit was so groot gewees.
Die groot is hy.
Witness indicates about 30 centimeters wide. The length of the ruler.
Die lengte van die lineaal.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
That's 30 centimeters, and it's slightly higher than that. In height. Just tell me, is it a hard cooler bag that you sometimes get? Is it a cloth bag?
Die koerbag is een van die harde koerbag soos een van die sagte koerbags.
Is van die sagtes.
It's one of those soft koerbags.
So it was foldable, you could fold it up.
Kan jy dus dit fold?
Koolbeek.
The koerbag? Ja.
Ja, jy kan.
Yes, you can.
Why do you call it a cooler bag?
Hoekom noem dit die Koeleweg?
Want ek is die eerste keer wat ek gesien as so Koeleweg, dit is hoekom ek genoem het dit is 'n Koeleweg, want ek dit is 'n Koeleweg.
It's not the first time seeing such a launch, such Koeleweg, and I think it was a Koeleweg, this was my first time seeing such.
Thank you, Rock. Mr. Apollos will further say that he did not see Kelly on Monday morning
Meneer Pollock sal kom sê dat hy nie vir Kelly gesien die maandagoggend nie.
pack any bag, no cooler bag, not any other bag for Joshlin with clothes therein.
Meneer Pollock sal kom sê dat hy nie vir Kelly gesien enige koelebag of klere gepak het vir Joshlin by maandag nie.
Sy het die klere gepak.
She did take in the clothes.
Mr. Apollos will further say
Meneer Pollock sal verder sê,
Kelly did not say to him that Monday morning alone or in your presence that he or you and him, in other words, ons, must prepare Joshlin to get her ready for 2 o'clock.
meneer Pollock sal kom sê dat daai oggend Kelly het dit genoem om aan u gesê dat julle moet vir Kelly, julle moet vir Joshlin wet maar 2 uur.
Sy het dit genoem.
She did mention that she did say that.
To you or to him?
Het sy aan u gesê, aan Boeta of by die van julle?
Sy het met Boeta gepraat, ek het gehoor.
She spoke with Boeta, but I heard.
But you used the word ons in your 204 statement.
Maar u het die woord gebruik, ons en u se 204 verklaring.
Dis korrek, want ek was daar gewees.
Okay.
That's correct, because I was there.
Mr. Apollos will further say
Meneer Apollos sal verder kom sê,
that on that Monday morning,
dat by die maandagoggend,
you only arrived at their house in the vicinity of 9:45.
4 dae gelede so 9:45, 12:10.
Dis nie waar nie.
That's not true.
Now, according to your evidence, as I've already mentioned you in paragraph 59, when you say that Kelly went to work, you stayed another 30 minutes.
U sê in paragraaf 59 dat u het werk gegaan en u nog omtrent so 30 minute gebly aan.
What?
Kelly was werk en u omtrent so 30 minute gebly.
Now please tell the court, Kelly is gone, Rochelle went with her, obviously, and you are there, Gutta is there, Rekwin is there, and Joshlin is there, am I correct?
Sê dat my Kelly is weggeneem met Rochelle, reg en dan die mense wat oor daar is Joshlin, Boeta, Rekwin
En Stefano.
en Stefano.
What did you observe? What happened in that half an hour that you were still there? Can you tell the court anything that you saw? Who did what?
Kan u dan vir ons sê of u ons sê, wat u daar was, by 30 minute wat u nog daar was nie, wat het u gesê, wat het u gedoen?
Hulle het gerook en ek heb hulle gesit en toe gaan ek af na huis toe.
They were smoking, I sat with them and from there onwards I went home.
You see now, I put it to you that the police took an affidavit from Rekwin
Ek sê mevrou, is dit wat aan u dat die polisie het 'n verklaring geneem op geval van Rekon?
Do you know that?
Weet u van dit?
Ik weet niet van nie.
Have you no knowledge of that?
See, in Requin's statement I put to you,
En Rekon se verklaring, sê dit aan u?
he says that his mother went to work and thereafter they got up
Hy sê dat ma het werk toe gegaan en hulle het opgestaan.
they bathed, washed clothes,
Hulle het gewas, het klere gewas.
and then his words were, after my mother had left for work, Auntie Rens came there.
Dan woorde was, nadat my ma werk toe gegaan het, of nadat my ma gedood het, aan die reis daar gearriveer of gekom.
Any comment about that?
Enige kommentaar op dit?
Dat is waar nie.
It's not true.
If I may, whilst Mr. Ramsey is thinking, just to place on record, what was put to the witness now comes from an affidavit of a witness that is filed in the police docket. But naturally, the same applies. They would have to be proved before we carry any water. And from our side, we are trying to spare the child to have to testify in this matter.
But Mr. Adams is entitled to put it to the witness. So what's being put to you now is that Rekon made a statement.
Wat ek hier nou gestel wil sê is dat Rekon het 'n verklaring gegee
And that's what he told the police.
en dit wat die polisie gesê het.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
Verstaan.
I understand that.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Yes, I may just place on record that I would also not like to call Requin be called as a witness. But if it's necessary, it should.
We can cross that bridge when we get there. If none of the parties call the witness, and I'm of the view that it's in the interest of justice that I hear the child, we can make the necessary arrangements then. And of course, we'll have to manage that process when we get there, if we get there.
Your evidence then, as you have confirmed now, says, which is denied by Buta, that him and Stefano smoked and you didn't smoke together with him. I see that. Then your evidence leads further that you went home. You recall that?
Soos ek wat ek gesê het dat wat is al gesê dat hy het wat is die vroeg oggend en het dan het die oggend geloop en die was die dan soos die ook gesê het die sekretaris dat die dan vanaf huis toe gegaan en ek sê dit is aangeloop.
Correct?
En police So what was this asking so that can be repeated, please, my lord?
In your evidence that you've also referred to earlier on, you said after Kelly,
But in your fluid, we have to say,
after Kelly had left,
nadat Kelly geloop het,
and you stayed another 30 minutes,
jy het 'n ander 30 minute daar verbly,
I asked you, what did you do? What happened? Who did what? And you said Stefano and Buddha smoked
Ek het
mandrax.
nie gevra wat het gebeur of wat het jy gesien toe sê jy dat Boeta en Stefano verhoor.
Correct?
Is it correct?
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
And then I put to you that Buddha would say that is not true. First instance, Stefano wasn't there and they weren't smoking. That's all.
He asked the question and it's been answered.
Yeah. Thank you. And then you went to your home.
En jy het na die huis gegaan.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Then your evidence goes on and says, your evidence, oral evidence, and your 204 statement refers to, your 204 statement in paragraph 60 refers to 2 hours after you got to your house.
En u sit in ook weer verklaring aan paragraaf 60, dit is even dan 2 uur nadat u by huis aangekom het.
That's not what it says.
It's in paragraph 60, my lord.
That's not what it says.
It says ongeveer 2 ure nadat ek by die huis gekom het.
So there's ongeveer translate in the way that you put it to the witness.
Approximately.
But you didn't say approximately.
I apologize, my
You
lord.
said 2 hours.
I apologize.
The statement says approximately.
Approximately.
Ongeveer.
Correct, my lord.
I can see it's right there in front of you.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes.
Then your 204 evidence that went on about some girl that came in. Don't want to go there. Your oral evidence then read that at 2 o'clock, or maybe you said, I didn't write the exact words, but you mentioned that it was in the vicinity of 2 o'clock, you saw Kelly come back from work.
Maar de witness is asking way above the face
I mean, oral evidence. I'm referring to oral evidence.
When she testified before cross-examination.
Big pardon, my lord.
Die probleem is dat die tijdens dat u gegeven betekent dat die omstandigheid ingevraagd is.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
In her oral evidence, my lord, she evidence went like this. Ek het nie saam met hulle gerook nie. Ek het opgegaan huis toe and then she said ek was by die huis gewees and then she said teruggekom na my huis. She came back to her house and it was then she says it was 2 o'clock. Ek sien Kelly kom van die werk af.
Yep.
Then, when you gave your evidence saying it was about 2 o'clock and you saw Kelly come back from work, you gave evidence about a girl who wanted a sling bag. I don't want to go into that.
U het gekryg uit die gesê dat u gesê het tussen 2 uur se dan dat hy aan die sy van die werk afgekom het en gevraag van die sleepbag.
Just one moment. Mr. Adams,
My lord,
you're confusing the witness. And I'll tell you why. When she testified in chief, after she returned home, she started saying, it's my paragraph 181 of the evidence in chief, where she said, at 2 o'clock, I saw Kelly coming from work. And then she paused, and then she said, before that, a woman came to me and asked whether I did not have sling bag, and the payment for that would have been a quarter mandrax. And that's when she walked, and then she came back. She left, she took the same route back. Remember, as she was going, she asked Buddha whether he's had something to smoke. He said no. Then she left. She went to wherever she went, and we're going to skip that.
Yes, my lord.
And then she saw Buddha, Rekwan, Joshlin was outside. So in the evidence in chief, that was when she asked, now she's got the mandrax tablet, the quarter mandrax. Now she asked Buddha whether he doesn't want to send one of the children
Yes.
to go to her house to check whether her kids were still sleeping. Yeah. But of course, as she came closer, she saw the kids were still there, and then she decided to go straight off. That was the evidence in chief. So that will skip in the 204 statement to 69. That was the question about asking the kids. And it'll take us to 70, because she now walked past and went straight home, saw the kids were still sleeping, and then Joshlin came to her house where she gave her some prayer, etc. So that will cover in
That would probably cover
in the evidence in chief to where she will now return at some stage back to Kelly's house with the two children being carried,
yes,
the 2-year-old in front and the 1-year-old at the back.
yes.
That's the sequence that I have it in the evidence in chief, and I'm following it up to 71 in the section 204 statement. Not all these details will be found in Exhibit R in the confession. If that will assist.
That assists. Thank you, my lord. I want to take you, Ms. Lombardo, I want to take you to your oral evidence where you said that you see, your oral evidence, you said that you see Kelly come from work.
That's correct.
And then the court asked you, what time is that? His lordship asked you, what time was that? You recall that?
That's correct.
And then your answer was 2 o'clock.
That's correct.
Just as a matter of interest, how did you know that it was 2 o'clock?
Die tyd dat ek vir haar gesien het aankom toe, vat het met myself, dit is 2 o'clock.
The time that I saw her, I just told myself like it was 2 o'clock.
Now, Buddha will say that Kelly came back that day from work after 12.
Ek weet nie daarvan nie.
Now, what it means is that he disagrees with you. You said Kelly came at 2 o'clock. He says no. Kelly came back after 12.
So wat wil jy dit beteken dat hy stem saam wat hy sê as hy sê hy was 2 uur gewees en ek kom op van 2 uur hy sê nee dit is van dit was na 12.
Is he right? Are you right? Are you wrong?
As hy reg of is hy verkeerd?
Hy is verkeerd.
He's wrong.
Now, if you look at Colin Ziegers' evidence also, she mentions sometime after 12 o'clock. I think it was 20 past 12, my lord.
As a getuigenis van die sing met die tyd daar van 12 na 12 uur.
Did Colin Ziegers testify that Kelly went home? Did she go to her daughter's house? Said she left for Kelly's house. Came back to her at 10 past 12 from Kelly's house. Right, and she came. She was going to come back, and then she came back about 12:50.
That's after she's been at home.
After she did.
Yes,
And then she gave her the keys again
yes.
to go back to Kelly's house. But during that period, she was going to fetch a shot first, and it took slightly longer than usual.
I remember that, my lord, yeah.
And then eventually she came back.
About 1
She
o'clock.
wasn't sure whether it was before or after 3 in the afternoon. Back to Cali. Because she was waiting for the other Cali who arrived just before 5. Because she was coming to her mother's house because they were going to the graveyard.
Yeah.
As it was the birthday of one of the major. That's how I think.
Thank you, my lord, yeah.
Just thank you.
Now let me move on to your observation of Kelly. You said that she came from the direction of the car wash. She's walking.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Then you said in your evidence, and Kelly went to her own house. She was going to her house. You saw she's walking in direction of her house.
Die ook gesê dat sy na is toe gaan en die het gesê sy loop in die agternaam.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And your evidence said you went to your house, but then you went back to Kelly's house.
Die sekretary sê dat die nou is toe gaan die winter van Kershuis.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So you were at Kelly's house when she was there, and your evidence led that she was scolding Boeta, skel. Sy Boeta geskel About,
was by Kelly se huis en Kelly het vir Boeta gesê.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
because there were a few people at the house there.
Want er was 5 mense gewees by die huis.
Dis reg so.
That's correct.
And in your evidence, you said it was Boeta, Stefano, Nilo, and that Joshlin
Jy het genoem dat
was there as well.
Stefano, Nilo, Joshlin.
You remember that, correct? Is that correct?
Is it correct?
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Then your evidence says that you saw Kelly had the cooler bag in her hands with the clothes.
Jy het gesien dat Kelly het 'n koele bag in haar hand klere was.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
So now you agree with me in terms of your evidence. According to your evidence now, Kelly came back at about 2 o'clock and she was at home, and then you observed her with a cooler bag.
Is there iets aan die huis dat Kelly was by die huis gewees, want mense toe eet en jy sien hierdie koele bag.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
And you saw Joshlin and Kelly walking in the direction of the car wash.
En jy het vir Kelly en Johnson gesien, loop in die rigting van die car wash.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Now, I want to, and then your evidence, there was detail about the car and which door opened.
En jy het genoem iets wat hy was die kaart gewees en wat die deur het oopgegaan.
And that Kelly spoke to a woman there.
En Kelly het met die vrou mens aangepraat.
You remember that?
En jy het onthou?
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
And your evidence says that Kelly and Joshlin climbed into the car at the back.
En iets wat hy misschien gesê dat Kelly en Johnson het in die voertuig geklim aan die achterkant.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
And then the court asked you, his lordship asked you, did you see Joshlin again? You said no.
En die hof het vir u gevra, het u weer vir Johnson gesien, die sê u nee.
Dis reg so.
That's correct.
Now, what I want to ask you is, you were told by the court to go over the weekend and go and look at your 204 and look at the Exhibit R, the confession.
Nou, wat die hof gesê het, u moet die verklaring neem between jou 4 en die bekentenis, en weer moet gaan oor die lang naweek.
Did you do that?
Het u dit gedoen?
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
So I'll put it to you that in terms of your confession, May I just take a moment, my lord? This was Monday morning.
Dit was maandagoggend.
If you look at paragraph 5, not paragraph 5, page 5 of Exhibit R,
As ek aan bladsy 5 aan bewysheid R kyk,
Maybe to make it easy, Mr. Harrison. In the confession, that's the statement. You can say,
en is 'n verklaring dat is toe nog veel getyd aan verklaring nie. Die bekentenis wat in die kaptein se leer gegee het op die persoon met die grys kop.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
there is nothing about Kelly going to work and coming back. Everything happened that morning.
Daar's niks so kan Kelly werk toe gegaan en teruggekom nie.
Dat was de reden geweest waarom ik dit opgezet heb dat ik het niet vrou vertrouw nie.
That's the reason why I did not mention or that is not stated there, my lord, because I do not trust the lady.
So just did you read both of these statements openly?
Het u beide verklaring gelees moet nadenken.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So Mr. Harrison took you this morning up to the point where Kelly went to work.
Meneer Harris het vir u gevat tot die punt waar Kelly werk toe gaan het.
That's now this morning.
Dit is nog oggend.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Where she packed some of the clothes and you asked her what is she doing, and that's when she replied to you in the way that you did it out.
En jy sê klere verpak en u het van gevra wat doen so wat en sê en sê vir u geantwoord in 'n manier waar die beleefs gelees het op die geskryf was. As u het dit my.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So in the statement that is here, that part, and those are the words that I read out from the confession, verbatim. And he kind of said, I said it to the Psalms.
En dit is wat ek gelees het, wat ek in sy leer geskryf het, of is geskryf was. So mense het gedink, ek sê dit aan die Harris.
That was just before she left with Joshlin to the car.
En
In
dit
the
was,
context of the confession.
en as nou kyk aan die bekentenis, en dit was voordat sy na die voertuig gegaan het met Joshlin.
Dat is correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Do you not know where Mr. Harris is? At what point in the evidence?
Weet u nou by watter punt of watter punt is in die Harris nou?
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Harris. I just didn't
Thank you,
want
Manu.
to be in confusion with the witness.
Thank you.
Otherwise, we're going to struggle the same way with these also.
I'm indebted to your lordship. So my point to you, Ms. Lombard, is first you say Kelly got up in the morning, prepared Joshlin, left her there, took the bag, that's in your confession, took the bag, took Joshlin to the Polo, which is parked near the car wash, put her in the Polo, got in as well, the Polo drove off, and you didn't see Joshlin again, and Kelly went to work. Is that correct?
Kan meneer alsjeblieft mij weer herhalen, alsjeblieft?
Your confession says, in the morning, after the discussions, after the packing of the bag, before Kelly went to work,
U sê bekentenis sê dat nadat die oggend nou nie, nadat die klere Kelly die klere gepak het en sy werk gegaan,
she took Joshlin and the cooler bag to the car wash,
sê vir Joshlin en die koelebag na die voertuig geneem,
not to the car wash, but to a Polo that was parked there, and Kelly and Joshlin got in the Polo.
nie na die car wash nie, maar na die kar wat in die car wash gestaan het.
You agree with that?
Dat is correct. Is dat nou dat? Sorry, dit is wat ze van die weer kan voorkomen.
Is that now the way she came from work?
No.
Now, that's exactly why I took you to the sentence. Now, again, going to refer to saying that is a real.
Ek gaan weer eens verwys na die verklaring wat u gegee het in die persoon met die vryskop.
Dis correct, my lord.
We are now dealing with what you told her.
Ons praat nou oor wat u vir haar gesê het.
Nee, ek verstaan nou.
Now I understand.
So what Mr. Haram says to you, what you told her was that Monday morning, Kelly packed the cooler bag.
Wat meneer Arms gesê het, wat u vir haar gesê het, dat Kenny het die pak in die sak gepak.
Then there was that exchange where you asked her and she said to you that you mustn't ask her, it's none of your business.
En dit was daar u gepraat het met haar en sy vir u geantwoord in die manier was sy vir u geantwoord het, dat sy het
You with me?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And then you thought that she had second thoughts.
En u sê dat u het gedink, miskien sê getwyfel.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And then she walked across in the direction of the car wash.
En sy het rigting geloop na die car wash toe.
That's correct.
And eventually she and Joshlin got into the polo.
En sy en Joshlin het in die polo ingegaan.
And then they left and Kenny went to work from there.
En
From the polo effectively.
en gery en Kenny van werk gaan na.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now don't get confused, let's stay on this page for now.
Nou, sou nie confused nie, want daar raak jy dat dit is maar bly in die op hierdie punt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Harris.
Let me ask you, on that point, where you said that Kelly went to work, how do you know if it is true what you said? How do you know that Kelly went to work from there?
Laat ek maar vir u vraag, terwyl ons dit op hierdie punt is. U sê dat Kenny werk toe gegaan. Nou, hoe weet u dat Kenny werk toe gegaan?
Want dat was my eie afleiding wat ek gemaakt het. Sy was op pad weer.
It's my
Daar
own
vanaf.
assumption. It was my own assumption that I made that he's going to work.
But you would agree with me what you have agreed to now, that Kelly got up in the morning, took Kelly to the, Joshlin to the car wash. It's different to your other evidence that Kelly had when she came back from work at 2 o'clock. Only then she took Joshlin to the polo. You agree with me? Can you see that it's different?
Sal iets aan my sê, of sien u die verskil waar u sê dat Kenny het vir Joshlin na die car wash toe geneem, nee? Dan op die ander kant sê dat Kenny het gekom van die werk af, het toe Kenny vir Joshlin gegaan na die voertuig. Sien u die dit is die groot verskil.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So, which one of the two do you say is true?
Nou, wat ek van die twee is waar, of wat?
When did Kelly take Joshlin to the polo? The morning before work or the afternoon after work?
Wanneer Kelly vir Joshlin na die polo toe geneem, voor sy werk toe gegaan het en na sy terugkom by my werk.
Dit wat sy 2 o'clock van die werk afgekom het.
The time she came back from work.
And you were at your house. If you now stick to the story, if you now remain saying that it was after 2 when Kelly came back, you saw this when you were at your house, correct?
As u sê dat Kelly teruggekom is so dan 2 en iemand bewys nie. So u het dit gesit van u sy sak.
Ik heb bij de rotsklippen gestaan.
En u het sê,
Ik heb bij de rotsklippen gestaan.
I was saying that the wrong side.
And you can't tell the court how long after 2 o'clock that was.
En ek kan nie vir ons sê hoe lank was dit na 2 uur nie.
Ik heb zo gezien hoe lang was het geweest, maar ik heb het vaart opgehouden.
I'm not certain how long it was or what time it was that I was watching it.
See what I want to also put to you, there is another statement that was obtained by the state, by the police. On the 22nd of February, Constable Sekobi took a statement from a girl by the name of Atendiwe Nkobi. Do you know Atendiwe Nkobi?
Can you please repeat that?
On the 22nd of February 2024,
Op die 22ste van Februarie jaar 2024,
Constable Sekobi, Refilie Sekobi,
Constable Sekobi
took a statement from a girl by the name of Atendiwe Nkobi.
uit die verklaring gevang van vrouwen se noem uit die week.
Just spell the name. A-T-H-A-N, Mano, D-I-W-E. T-H-A-N, D-I-W-E. Atendiwe. I understand.
M-Q-O-B-I. She's an 8-year-old girl, my lord.
Waar die probleem wil wees dan, dat die sien aantal keer
Ik weet niet daarvan.
Do you recognize the name?
Nee, mijn lord.
I think my instruction from Mr. Pollers is that this girl's nickname is Tandi. T-H-A-N-D-I. Tandi. Do you know Tandi?
My instructies is that meneer Collins as dat die commissie se by naam is Tan.
Nee, mijn lord, ik ken niet.
No, I don't know.
She was one of the girls that Joshlin used to play with.
Sy is een van die kinders wat met Joshlin gespeel het.
Ik weet niet.
You don't know about that? Okay. You know, see now what Tandiwe said in her statement is that after school on that 19th of February 2024, she went to Joshlin's house.
Sien nou wat die is ons gaan sê dat na skool sy na Joshlin se huis gegaan.
And she was looking for Joshlin's mother.
En sy het Joshlin se ma gesoek.
And then, I beg your pardon.
Nee, mijn lord.
You don't know? No. Okay.
But you can still put the person that told the police to the witness for completeness.
Yes. But then Dewey, then in her statement says that she spoke to Joshlin's father, which now she saw Buddha as her father.
Actually, we were trying to say that Joshlin se pa
And Mr. Poller said that Joshlin's mother is not at home.
en meneer Paulus het gesê dat Joshlin se ma is by die huis nie.
And then she also said that Joshlin was playing alone outside.
En sy het ook gesê dat Joshlin in 'n leembuik gespeel.
And then she said that Requin was still at school because my school comes out earlier than Requin's school.
En sy het gesê dat ek was op soek vir die skool, maar my skool, haar skool, kom sy bereik as ek ons skool.
Okay, so then she says that As she was walking home, because now Jocelyn's mother is not there, as she was walking home, she says she saw Jocelyn coming behind her.
Katie was the race to the sample center, see Joshlin and go after her before.
And then in the next paragraph she says, I saw Jocelyn walking from her house, but I did not look where she went because I went to the neighbors.
Ek het gesien Joshlin loop van die huis af, maar ek het gesien die man is dat het was gegaan nie, maar sy het van die buren.
So before I ask you a question, I just want to know if you understand what I'm saying to you. I'm saying to you that there is a girl, 8 years old, who said she saw Joscelyn there walking. It was shortly after the school came out. So Joscelyn was not anywhere else other than at the house shortly around 2 o'clock when the school came out.
My Lord, I'm sorry, I have to object. The statement specifically says her school, which comes out earlier than Redwood School. There's no time.
Yes, Mr. Harrison.
My Lord, one can make,
There's no time.
yes, we can make assumptions as to when the school, it's a case of younger kids and older kids. Rekun is older. And
And on what basis will we make that assumption?
because of what she says, my Lord.
Now, do we know which school Akandiwe goes to?
No, we don't, my Lord, but the reference is,
Do we know which school Rekun went to? We know that
Yeah.
Joshlin was in School primary. That we know because we heard Mrs. Marks, it's almost Marks.
yeah.
Do we know?
No, we don't, my Lord.
Do we know whether it's a public school, a private school, a preschool?
No, we
Do we know
don't.
whether it's a home school? We don't even know what time the school started. I'm not going to sit here and speculate about things like that.
Yes,
All we know is that we also know that they didn't go to school that day.
Indeed.
That's common course, it seems. And then the way on the statement you read says Rekun was still at school. It's clearly an assumption, most probably, that the witness made.
yes, my Lord.
She says she knows nothing about it. I told you can put it to her. There's somebody that might say that. And because there's the possibility of Section 186 at some later stage. Unless, of course, you want to testify, then Ms. Swan can cross-examine you.
Yeah.
And I will also ask you questions to clarify.
May it please the court, my Lord. Thank you. I will move on, Ms. Lombard.
It's a good idea.
We're back to, you didn't see, Kelly, whether we are now, let me put it this way. In your oral evidence, in terms of your oral evidence, Kelly took Joshlin to the polo
Kelly het vir Joshlin in die polo te verneem,
after 2 o'clock.
na 2
Am I,
That's correct.
then your evidence led that you went, after the polo left, you went to Kelly's house and you saw Buta and Nilo.
En ek gesê nadat die polo weggegaan het, die het na Kelly sy toe gegaan, die het van Leo en van Buta gesien.
Dis correct, ek is dit vanaand.
Kan jy dit sê? Yes, that's correct, Stefano.
Then your evidence went on and says that you took Buta to the side
En is het ongeveer te sê, die het op die kant geneem, of die kant gegaan.
That's correct.
That's correct.
and then you asked him, did Kelly say anything about the money?
En die het om gevang, het Kelly iets gesê van die geld.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And whether she still has the money.
En dat is nog steeds niet aan.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now Buddha says that simply is not true. That never happened.
En Boeddha sê dat dit nie gebeur nie. Dat is nie waar nie.
Dat is waar.
It is true.
See, Buddha says, as your evidence also referred to the microwave and the head tongue and all that, that's the time later in the afternoon
As
that
die eerste wat ek verwys na 'n microwave en ander goed aan.
that's the time that Stefano and Buddha was walking around, going to the fixer and etc.
En dit is die middag, dit is die tyd waar Boeddha en sy van hom rondgeloop het met die fietsen.
Stefan gekom in die microwave in die leed in die Aratang by Buddha sy eerste.
Ek weet nie wat is dit.
Stefan het gekom met die microwave in die leed in die Aratang na Buddha sy eerste voor hulle geloop het.
Stefan came there with the microwave, with the heat tank and the heat pool for the lead.
Yes, that was your evidence, and what Buddha says is that is the time that you are saying that you were at their house and you were speaking to them about the money. He says they did not talk to you about the money, you didn't ask him about the money.
Hy sê die tyd wat hy nou luister op weer luister is, ek kom daar was 'n gesprek gewees oor geld.
Ek het hom gevra van die geld.
I did ask him about the money.
And then your evidence leads us. Stefano came closer and wanted to know why you two talking alone.
En jy sê dat Stefan het nader gekom en gevra hoe praat jy aan.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, I put to you that this is not true. That's according to Buddha, this never happened.
Ek stel dit in dat van Boeddha se kant dat die president dit is nie waar nie, dit is nie gebeur nie.
Dat is die waarheid.
It is true.
Now, I want to ask your comments on the following.
Ek wil nie kommentaar aan die luister na die volgende.
You made a statement, Exhibit O, and you gave evidence and said, no, it was not the truth. Is that correct?
Jy het 'n verklaring gemaak dat dit is voor en jy het gesê nee, dit is nie waar nie.
That's correct.
That's correct.
You made a confession,
Jy het 'n bekentenis gemaak.
and you say that you were scared,
Jy sê dat jy was bang,
you were nervous,
jy was sinnesagtig,
and you did not trust the woman with the white hair, Captain Cillian.
en jy het die persoon vertrou wat die bekentenis neem en die vryskop.
So, and in terms of your reaction and the evidence, you say a lot of what you told wasn't the truth.
En jy sê dat wees van die getuies wat gesê was, dit was nie waarheid nie.
Is that correct?
Can you please repeat that?
Your confession,
Jy sê bekentenis.
you said you were nervous,
Jy sê dat jy was sinnesagtig,
you were scared,
jy was bang,
you didn't trust the captain with the white hair,
jy het die kaptein vertrou nie vir persoon met die gryskop.
She was not in a sound and sober senses.
sorry, my lord, I can't hear.
And she was not in a sound and sober senses. She
Yeah.
used the word for a procedural.
Yeah, that was the evidence, yes, my lord. Yeah. So, adding what his lordship is saying, was what you said in your confession the truth or not?
Van wat my nou gesê die bekentenis gesê, was dit die waarheid of nie?
Dat is waar.
Was the truth?
It was the truth.
Just one moment. I thought we indicated earlier that we have to identify every time. So the confession, when we refer to the confession, that is the statement you made to Captain Sylvia, the woman with the grey hair.
As ons nou praat van bekentenis, nee, is verklaring wat jy vir die persoon of die vrou met die grys kop,
Was that the truth?
was dit die waarheid?
Het was niet de volle waarheid geweest. Nie.
Dit was wat het volgens is.
And your statement in terms of section 204, is that the truth?
Before the witness answers. What did I just say, Mr. Holmes, about identifying the statement for the witness? Because we know the witness get confused by us using technical terms.
Yes. Sorry, God, what
So
let me
that's
just...
the statement that you made at Worcester Correctional Center with Captain Lombard with 1A.
Die verklaring van nou die probleem van die vraag, dit is 'n verklaring wat ek gegee dat die way in Worcester aangevangen was.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Is very well.
Is that the truth? Yes or no?
Is dit die waarheid? Ja of nee?
Ja, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
That's Exhibit X.
X, my lord, correct. Oh. So my final statement to you is, your evidence, which involves Mr. Apollos,
Wat ek wil net stel of ek sê dat die getuies wat ek gegee verband op wat meneer vertrek verband met meneer Apollos,
that he would have gone along, or that he was part of, or agreed to be part of, a plan to sell Joshlin
dat die was deel van die plan om vir Johnson te verkoop,
is not true.
is die waarheid.
Het is waar.
It is true.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
My lord, I have no more questions. Thank you.
So it's 11:10 now. Let's take an adjournment till 11:30. It's 20 minutes before we start with the cross-examination for accused number 2. Minutes until 11. Ms. Swanepoel, during the adjournment, can you maybe just give Ms. Kulani or my registrar an indication of the witnesses that will follow for the week? We will, the last I've heard this morning, that possibly today the second interpreter will arrive, so that if we are only going to get to the real need for it, so that the office in Cape Town can plan for the second interpreter to travel down there.
Of course, I'm completely
I suspect we will still be busy till later today with this witness. There's a possibility that we might finish the witness, but just so that we can plan around getting the second interpreter here, because we don't know what language you're going to use, but also to facilitate the process running more smoothly. Good. Just because I was told this morning by Ms. Kulagi that they weren't sure in Cape Town what the planning is.
No, my lord, if we're going into trials and the trials, they would be processing witnesses. So,
Yes, thank you. Court adjourned.
All right.
I represent Stevino, Dumaizo, Dwayne, Van Rijn in this matter.
Ik is mevrouw Kabai, ik is de zorgende verdediger in de zaak en die loopt van ons.
That's correct.
That's correct.
How old are you, Miss Lombard?
Hoe oud is hij?
33.
You are 33 years of age.
Hij is 33.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
Please tell me, how was your upbringing? How did you grow up?
Kan u voor mij verduidelijken hoe het ik geworden?
Ik heb op een plaats gebleven, ik heb op een plaats groot geraakt.
I was residing on a farm. I grew up on a farm
With parents?
with others.
That's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Your mother and your father?
He's a pa and mother.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Do you have siblings?
And he has brothers and sisters.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Are you the eldest at home?
As he the oudste.
Ik is een babytje
I'm the youngest
Okay.
van mijn maatse kinders.
from my mother's children.
Okay. Did you get an opportunity to be disciplined and to be taught respect?
Ik was bij jij zekerlijk u respect geleerd en discipline te wees.
That's correct.
That's correct.
By who? Between your parents, your mother or your father or both?
Baby, bij isa ma, pa of beide.
Mijn ma en mijn pa.
Mom and dad.
What standard of education do you have?
Wat is dan dat ik even doe? Of wat is dan dat ik even volder op zo?
Wat graad 7.
Grade 7.
Every girl or every child growing up has a dream, has ambitions. What were your dreams or ambitions growing up?
Elke kind of elke meisie kind as 'n persoon groot word, ek droom wat 'n droom het ek gehad. Wat 'n droom het ek gehad as ek groot word. In ander woorde, wat wil ek gewees het?
My droom was geweest, ik was een model.
I wanted to be, my dream was to be a model.
And what happened to those dreams? What happened to those ambitions?
Wat het gebeur met die drome?
Ik is haastig om daar te komen, maar ik ga daar komen.
I'm not in a hurry to get there, but I'll get there.
Or you are still pursuing those dreams?
Even nog steeds die drome.
Dat is correct.
Yes, that's correct.
That's great. We have to dream.
Ons moet droom.
You testify that you have 4 children.
Jy het getuig om te sê dat jy 4 kinders.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
How old were you when you got pregnant for the first time?
Hoe oud was jy gewees die tyd dat jy eerste kind gehad het?
Ik was 16 jaar oud.
I was
16, 17.
I was 16 years old, 2017. Was
Ik
it?
was 16 years old.
I was 16 years old, my lord.
You testify that from your 4 children, 2 are staying at home, if I'm not making a mistake, and the other 2, they are staying with Ayanda.
Can you please repeat that?
Of the 4 children, the 2 older ones are staying at home, and I took that to be with her family, and the younger 2 are staying with Ayanda.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. Can you finish the court with the names of your children and their ages?
Kan u opsê u se kinders se name en hulle ouderdomme?
Dat is Rivigo,
Rodrigo,
Roberto,
Roberto,
Ayaka,
Ayaka,
Aseco.
Azteco.
I would take it the last 2 are fathered by Ayanda.
Ek sal neem dat die jongs, die laaste 2 is Ayanda se kinders.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And you testify that he has taken these two and they're with him.
En u het getuig dat hy die twee gevat hulle saam met hom.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
And who's taking care of the first two children, Ravigo and Roberto?
Nou, wie kyk na die twee oudste, die ander twee.
Alles by hulle pa en by hulle oma.
They were their fathers, by the father, my lord, by the grandmother.
Would you describe yourself as a responsible and caring mother?
Sal u self neem as 'n moeder of 'n ouer wat omgee?
Dis korrek, my lord.
That's correct.
Would you do anything that would harm Revigo, Roberto, Ayaka and Asake?
Sal u nie 'n ding doen wat u se kinders seermaak of seer laat voel? Sal u enige iets doen of sal u iets doen om u kinders seer te maak of seer te voel?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Would you allow anyone to harm your 4 children?
Sal u enige persoon toelaat om u kinders seer te maak?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
And you would agree with me. You will do anything in your power to protect them.
En u sal enige iets doen om uw kinders sorry, my lord, the English word is beschermen. Thank you, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct.
You said you were taking drugs in the year 2024.
U het gesê u het Williams geneem die jaar 2024.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you please remind me what kind of drugs were you taking in that year?
Kan u weer vir my sê of vir ons sê dat was so te 12 dat u geneem in 2024?
Dit was stuk en batten.
Tik en patches.
When you say patterns, do you mean mandates?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Are you still taking those? I mean, tick and button?
Gebruik u nog steeds daardie dwelms?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
What effects do tick and or mandrax have on you after taking or after smoking it?
Hoe affecteer hierdie dwelm vir u as u die dwelms geneem is dat die patterns nou en die tik? Hoe voel u as u die dwelms geneem is dat die tik en die pattern?
As ek te rook, as ek hoog,
When you take tik, my lord, you become high.
en as ek patten rook, dan is het nog hoger, en sometimes is ek een beetje slow motion.
And you with buttons as well, my lord, when I take it, when it's taken, it becomes even more higher, but will even become slow motion, my lord.
Can I just be follow up? When you take the mandates, the buttons, how do you take it?
As u die menders gebruik, hoe gebruik 'n persoon dit?
As ek nou die tik gebruik,
Die mandates.
Die mandates.
Die button.
hoe sê ek weer op my lord?
Let me help you. And you can help me if I'm wrong. People smoke the methamphetamine, the tuck, in what they call a lolly.
Die mense rook tik wat noem is 'n lolly. That's correct. That's correct, my lord.
Like a glass tube. Sometimes there's a bubble at the top, at the bottom.
Soos 'n glas apparaat, soos 'n bubble.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
And people can use mandrax, methadone, in different ways.
En die mense kan menders gebruik op verskillende maniere.
That's correct.
That's correct.
When I grew up, where I grew up,
Waar ek geboorte het,
it was smoked on a dagga pipe,
dit was gerook op 'n dagpyp.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
where people would put the dagga in and they put the cream on,
En
which is
That's
the
correct.
mandrax, which is called the white pipe.
So dan gaan die mense wat dit die mense en dan die tekste en dit is genoeg by.
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
But I've also heard of people smoking mandrax in a different way or taking it in a different way.
En ek het ook nog gehoor dat mense nie ook gebruik die mense op verskillende maniere nou.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you use the tuck in the way that I've seen it in evidence and heard about it in the past?
Het u dit gebruik op 'n manier wat u onverduidelik wat ek ook voorheen gehoor het?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now can you tell us, how did you use the mandrax?
Kan u dan vir ons verduidelik hoe onverduidelik net u dan die mense gebruik?
Ik heb die patten gerookt uit de bottel, uit de bierbottel, uit het equipment zo. Ik heb meestal net 1 keer peper gerookt. Ik heb bij mijn dagen peper gerookt.
I smoke the tablet or the magic malone in a bottle. Can I use a pronounced word? The bottle head malone, the bottle head, yes. I smoke it in there. And then I'll also just smoke much of the marijuana malone.
Now just for those that don't understand the slang, can you just explain what you mean by inky paper?
As for the mensen wat nog niet verstaan, dan kan iedereen beloven dat als je steekt aan die inky paper.
Ik gooi die 1 keer pannen in die peper, dan gooi ik die crème in. Voor ik die crème gooi ik die zwart. Pannen die 1 keer en dan gooi ik die crème op. Dan is het sterker, dan voel zij patten erin.
My lord, can I ask the witness just to repeat this so that I can say it properly? En u weet het onze raad alsjeblieft?
Ik gooi die 1 keer peper, ik gooi eerst die 1 keer in.
I smoke this cigarette pipe, my lord. I first put in a cigarette.
En voordat ik die crème opgooi, gooi ik eerst.
Before I put in the cream, I first put in.
Dan gooi ik die zwart van die patten op.
Then I put in the pattern, my lord.
En dan ik gooi die crème bovenop.
Then I put in the cream on top.
Dan is die peper zo vers.
Then it's not like, then the type is not that fresh.
And then of course the one with the duffer, you will just replace or mix the cigarette with the duffer.
Die een met die dagga is dan weer vervang met die pijp met die andere dagga.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Is there a name for the difference?
Is daar een naam voor de verschil?
Is different, want het is weer een zekere way, er ook een zekere way en allemaal is hetzelfde niet.
It's different, my lord. It's how everyone is not the same.
At least now the different pipes with the mandrax, do they have different effects on you?
Nou, twee pijpen en er verschil hoe wordt de persoon na die als de persoon die pijp gebruikt, zoals die...
Just tell me, let's accept first the cigarette pipe.
Laten we zo'n vader sigaretpijp.
Way back it was called the brown pipe, and then the green pipe.
Lang terug, dat was een bruin pijp geweest, dat was een groen pijp.
That's correct. Sorry, my lord.
Why are you laughing at technology?
Ook naar één.
Sorry, my lord.
If you think I wouldn't know,
Ik gedacht is al geweest.
so let's start with the cigarette pipe.
Laten we nou praten over de sigaretpijp.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Does that give you a high or a low?
Gaan het maken veel werk of maken veel werk of slow motion.
In het begin waren we in slow motion en
In the beginning, it took us in the slow motion, my lord.
And then
Daarna net.
als ik die tak gerookt had, dan zie je wacht.
And smoking the tip makes me higher.
yes, thank you. I just thought I'd clear that up because of how she described it, the high, still a little bit higher, and then slow motion. Because might become relevant as your question grows. I think I know where you're going. That's why I allowed all these questions, because I think you're trying to put the context proper. Thank you, Ms. Nicola.
Thank you, my lord. I'm indebted for the chance. You are going to laugh in the stadium while modeling. You like to laugh.
Gaan u lag as u op die verhoog is as iemand ook, dan lees ek die eeuw van die lag.
Nee, maar...
Nou, maar...
My last question to you was about the effects. The effects after smoking these drugs, then you've answered me.
Die laatste vraag wat ek even gevraagd is, dat hoe de persoon as de persoon die dwangers gebruikt, maar u vir my geantwoord.
Now my next question is, how long do those effects last?
Nou, my vraag is, hoe lang voor de persoon onderhoud die affecteert, hoe lang affecteert de persoon?
Soos ek sê, there's different ways.
As I said, it's different ways.
Be personal. I'm asking about you, your experiences.
En is persoon, ek vraag nou vir u ervaring.
As ek die oggend gerook het en ek rook heel dag, dan vat het lang.
If I smoke the morning, my lord, and I smoke the whole day,
Dan vat het lang om uit my lichaam uit my lichaam uit te gaan.
then it takes long to get out of my system.
How long is long?
As u sê, dit vat lang om u systeem uit te gaan, hoe lang?
Sê maar so 2 weke.
So, 2 weeks,
As ek geslaap het, dan hy 2 weke nie.
and if I had slept within those 2 weeks.
Thank you. You had 4 children, and in February of 2024, the last 2 were 2 years and 1 year respectively.
In February maand, omdat die een was 2 jaar oud en die ander een was 1 jaar oud en 1 maand.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, what would happen to your children when you are in that drug state? For a week, drugs are still in your system. What would happen to your younger children and the youngest, that is 1?
Dan wat gebeur met die kinders nie, as die nou die dwangers gebruik het en dit ook die eie systeem die wat nou die verbinding, wat gebeur dan met hulle na die tyd?
Hulle was in woorde saam, hulle was in woorde by my en hulle gekyk.
They were praising me and I looked after me.
Oh, okay. Did you also take alcohol?
Het die ook wijn gedaan?
Ja, ek het so nou en dan gedaan.
Yes, I did now and then.
Okay. Do you still remember how old were you when you started experiencing in drugs?
En even nou, hoe oud was die tyd wat die begin experimenteren met die dwangers?
Ik kan niet hoe oud was ik geweest, maar ik weet, het was toen ik voor ik was goed gaan toen ik drugs gerookt had.
Kan u weer eens alles op u?
Ik zei, ik kan niet onthouden de ouderdom niet, maar voor ik was goed gaan toen ik al drugs gerookt. Net dat.
I can't remember how old I was now, but I can say that when I went to high school, before I went to high school, I really experimented with tip.
But can I just check? Did you complete grade 7?
Ik die grade 7 voltooid.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Now I don't know, where did you go to school?
My is school gegaan.
Bij Watsenberg Primary was laagschool.
Wittenberg Primary is primary school.
So you were just in the primary school, you never went to high school.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Can you recall what standard or grade you were in when you started experimenting with drugs?
En ewig kan u vir ons sê of kan u onthou hoe oud was u gewees die tyd wat u op wat u gewees het en u begin dit experimenteer met dwelms.
Ik was 16 jaar oud geweest, weet ik al.
I was 16 years old already, my lord, when I started smoking.
And you told us that at the time, in February of last year, you were smoking twice or thrice a day.
Je hebt voor ons gesê, of je ook gesê dat ik de laatste jaar, February 2022, je 2 keer of 3 keer gewilde dag.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kabay.
Thank you, my lord. Ms. Lombard, would you describe yourself as a drug addict?
Sal u dan uself beskryf as 'n persoon wat dwelm gebruik verslaaf is in dwelms?
Nou, niet verslaven, ik zou mezelf op mijn eigen borst drukken.
I won't say that I'm an addict, my lord, indeed.
Ik zal zelf mijn eigen borst drukken, zal ik zeggen, is gebruik drugs.
I will tell myself that yes, I do use drugs, but I'm not a drug addict.
Thank you. It is your testimony that you've been knowing my client for a period between 7 and 8 months.
U was u getuienis geweest dat u ken my cliënt was 7, 8 maanden.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
How do you count that 7 to 8 months, or where do you start to count that 7 to 8 months?
Hoe tel u dan hierdie aan 7 tot 8 maanden of waar begin dit om te sê waar eindig om te sê dit is 8 maanden?
Die tijd dat hij van Janda gejaagd op de car was.
The time that he helped Ayanda at the car wash.
I don't know the time.
In the wanneer was it?
Nee, my lord.
No one.
Can you remember whether it was in the winter? Because if we count back and you go to the winter of 2023, or was it closer to the beginning of 2023 or closer to the end of 2023 that you encountered him for the first time?
As ons nou tel nee, soos u sê 7 tot 8 maande nee, word jy ons dan sê, dat ons nou tel as winter dat dit van 2023 met ons tel daar vanaf nie, en terwyl dan die 8 maande, was het van die tijd of was het begin van 2023 of na die einde van 2023?
Dat was het begin van 2023.
The beginning of 2023.
Can you recall whether your youngest was born already?
Kan u miskien onthou was die jongste kind gebore al?
My kind.
Yeah, when you met him, did you already have the second one with Ayanda, the youngest one?
Toe u kom ontmoet, het u al die jongste kind gehad?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Then we know it was less than a year.
Dan ongeveer dan nou is minder as 'n jaar.
That's correct, my lord.
Because your child was 1 year old in February of last year.
Want je kind was een jaar oud laatst jaar.
No, I'm sorry that it could be more than a year, because if you had met him when the child was a small baby, 1 year would have elapsed. Can you remember how old your child was, the youngest one, Aseko, when you met Mr. Van Rijk, Steffi?
Kan u sê of kan u onthou hoe oud was u se jongste kind die tyd wat u van meneer Stefano
Hij was al een jaar oud geweest.
Alreeds a year.
He was a year older.
Because Aseko is the youngest. He's the one that's 1 year old.
As ek was die jongste en is die een wat 'n jaar oud is.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So he
Hij
was
is 2 jaar oud.
He's 2 years now.
But when you met him, we're talking about between the time that the witness met Mr. Van Rijn and February of last year.
Ons praat nou van die tyd dat u van meneer Van Rijn beskuldig om die twee geken het op bekend gemaakt met ons was van vandaag.
Nee, ik was daar nou, my lord.
No one understand.
Hij was nog geen 1 jaar oud geweest. Nie.
He was not taken yet.
So it's less than a year. Yes, Miss Kabai. But just to follow up on that, but you also indicated you're not really friends with him.
En hy het ook genoem dat hy is nie eintlik vriende saam met hom nie.
Dat is correct, my lord.
You just met him because of Mr. Apollos.
En hy het net vir hom gekend dat hy met Japanes.
Dat is correct, en mijn car was.
That's correct, my lord, in the car wash.
You used the term in your evidence,
I don't see.
as we say in Afrikaans, because you said it in Afrikaans. You het nie in sy geselskap gesit. Didn't really keep company with him.
Hy het die nou woorde gewoord wat hy gebruik het, hy het in Afrikaanse woord gebruik. Hy het in sy geselskap gesit, die kampers het hom gebruik.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Was he just your roter broer? Your smoking brother?
Hy het saam gerook.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
He just smoke together. Yes, that's correct.
Did they smoke together or they didn't, my lord?
They did.
They did, okay. Miss Leonard, I'm still in my question of this 7 to 8 months. When did you give statement? Let me rephrase my question. When you said you've been knowing my client for a period between 7 and 8 months, were you referring to that period until February 2024?
Just one moment, just one moment. Ms. Polani, do you need a break?
Yes, Lord.
Oh, sorry.
It's 12 o'clock, let's try and make it for 15 minutes assist you.
Yes, I would just need some soup for the throat.
Just come up to my chambers, I think I've got something that can help you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's just give the interpreter an opportunity to recover. Court will adjourn.
Intro. We had a nice intro.
Yeah, no, we'll have to. Some
heeft Ayanda ontmoet en 20 maanden of de lang af. Wanneer was Ayanda geboren?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Do you have Ayaka's birthday? Can you remember?
En Aya's verjaardag genomen?
Die 21ste
1st
November.
November.
2021.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So Ayaka was born 21 November 2021. That's how I've noted it.
Is Ayaka your first child with Ayanda or your second child?
As Ayaka is de eerste keer met Ayanda op die weekend.
De eerste een.
First child.
Okay. Now, if you are having a child with Ayanda and this child was born on the 21st of November 2021. Yes, 2021. Why, when I asked you, when did you meet Ayanda, you said it was between 2022 and 2023?
Die tyd wat ek vir gevra het, wanneer ek vir Ayanda ontmoet, toe sê ek is in 2022. Maar Ayaka is gebore eers die 21ste van Oktober 2022.
Jy was nie verseker gewees nie.
I was not certain
About what?
die verskil wanneer
Wanneer ek hom gemeet.
when I met him.
As uncertain as you might be, can that uncertainty give you to a date after the birth of your child?
As jy sê jy was onseker, en soos jy sê jy was onseker, dan ek dan 'n datum na ek kind gebore was.
Nee, my lord.
No,
But we've just done that.
maar jy het nou nie dit gedoen.
Ms. Lombard, remember, Ms. Nkabaya asked you, when did you meet Ayanda?
Ek dink dat vir normaal baie vir ek gevra wanneer ek vir Ayanda ontmoet.
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Then you said 2022 or 2023, where you were uncertain.
Die het gesê 2022 en ek was onseker.
That's correct.
That's correct.
That's when I stepped in to clarify, and I thought best to go to the dates of birth of the date of birth of the oldest of the two, because that will give us some idea.
Dit is wanneer ek weet hoe ek gereed het wanneer was die oudste kind gebore is, en dit maar onderop kan ek kry.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now the question is, you remembered the date of birth of Ayaka, who was the oldest one? The younger one is Aseko, as I had.
Ek was gebore datum van Ayaka en wat die oudste een is.
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Now the question is, why would you give the date after the date of birth of the oldest of the two?
Nou die vraag is, hoekom gee u dan 'n datum wat 'n datum nadat ek gebore was?
Ek het verkeerd gepraat, my lord.
I spoke wrong.
Thank you.
It is your evidence that on your arrival in Sardana, you stayed with a brother or a sister, with your brother or a sister. Okay.
En even sê dit wat jy gebeur oor het in Saldanha het. Jy het nie broer gebeur of suster.
Met my broer.
With my brother.
When did you start staying with Ayanda?
Wanneer ek begin met Ayanda te bly?
Hy was toen 21.
It was 2021.
Was it before you gave birth to Ayaka?
Was het voor u geboorte gegeven in Ayana?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Were you still pregnant at that time, or it was before your pregnancy when you started to stay with Ayanda?
Was u zwanger geweest of was u al reeds zwanger of was het voor u zwanger geword het?
Voor ik zwanger geweest ben.
Before I became pregnant.
When you met him, or when you started staying with him, how many business interests was he involved in?
En toen wat u begin het om zo'n woning, hoeveel besigheid het hy gehad?
Hy het dwalms gebruik, dwalms verkoop en het 'n scrapyard gehad en 'n car was.
He was selling drugs, had a scrapyard and a car wash.
He has 3 business interests when you met him or when you started staying with him.
En hy drie besigheidsvaardighede wat u op ontmoet het of die wat u zijn volgen afgehad het.
Dit wat ik ontmoette.
The time that I met you.
Now you are staying with him. Any other business interest he was involved in?
U bly nou saam met hom en die ander besigheid.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Are you aware of the fight, or were you told, or did he tell you of the fight he had between Steveno's friends and himself?
Weet u dat u kennis van de verklaring of het vir u gesê van de verklaring wat daar saam was het Steveno's vrienden?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
You are not aware of this.
U weet het niet.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
When you heard that my client is suspecting Ayanda of being involved in the disappearance of Joshlin, how did you take that? How did you feel?
Hoe heb u gevoel toe u hoor dat besluitingen twee beding op ding dat Ayanda is betrokken in de vertooiing van Joshlin? I don't understand. Die probeer van jy, hoe het u gevoel het, of hoe het u gevoel het dat u gehoor het, wat die mense sê of gesê was dat Ayanda is betrokken in de vertooiing van Joshlin.
On the translation, it's not the Mesa, it's Stefano's suspicion. That's, I'm just trying to.
Maybe just clarify, did you ever hear, because we heard evidence when the police first spoke to him, to Stefano, he came up with this speculation about Ayanda with potential involvement. We also know that at some stage, was the 29th of February, so this was before your arrest, the community actually took him and Ayanda to the police station. Now the question is, how did you feel about him specifically when you heard that he was spreading the story that Ayanda might be involved?
Hoe het gevoel die overal uitgewys? Hoe het gevoel dat die polisie het hulle genoem, nee? En dit was 2 dae voor die arrestasie. En toe het hy beskuldig
It was 2 weke,
2 weke,
about 2 weeks before her arrest.
2 weke voordat hy gearresteer was, nee? Toe was het gesê, toe sê beskuldig nommer 2 dat verspreid beskuldig nommer 2 dat Ayanda is betrokke in die verdwijning van Joshlin.
Ik had er geloot en ik was gestrest geweest.
I couldn't believe it, my Lord, and I was stressed.
Thank you, my Lord. And how did you feel towards my client who was suspecting you, Ayanda?
En hoe dat gevoel nie oor beskuldig 2 wat gesê het dat jy dan beskuldig Ayanda getrokken en die verdwijning van Joshlin.
Ik was kwaad voor hem geweest.
I was angry.
You testify that my client was assisting Ayanda in his car wash for 1 to 2 days.
Jy het getuig dat my cliënt het vir Ayanda gehelp in die koude van 1 en 2 jaar.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Do you remember when was this?
Kan u onthou wanneer was dit?
Dat was geweest 2023.
2023.
2023 has 12 months.
2023 met 12 maanden.
Dat is correct, my Lord.
That's correct, my Lord.
When in 2023?
Wanneer in 2023?
Dat was in februari maand geweest.
In februari maand.
And how did you know this?
Weet u dit vergeet?
Want ik heb het onthouden.
Because I remember it.
Want dat was de eerste keer wat ik van Ayanda gejaagd in de car was.
Because that was the first time he assisted or helped Ayanda at the car wash.
Did you see him?
Can you repeat that?
Did you see him?
Did you hope to see?
Dat is correct, my Lord.
That's correct, my Lord.
If you saw my client in February of 2023,
As u met die gezien het in 2023,
it means you were misleading this court when you said,
dit beteken dat u hierdie aanbehoef misleid, dit wat u sê,
when you agreed that you first saw him in July of 2023.
en wanneer u gesê dat u op die eerste keer gesê in Juli. No, my Lord, I don't understand. U het gesê net, ek kom beskuldig nommer 2. Die eerste keer gesien in Juli, of die eerste kom geontmoet in Juli 2023. Toe het die nog het om te sê, en dit het vir Ayanda gehelp, by die kouwers, en 2023, en toe vraag die probeer die jaar het 12 maanden, toe sê die in Februari maand. So, die progressie wat die het gesê, en eerste keer in Juli 2023, die kom die eerste keer ontmoet, nou die sê nou is Februari maand 2023. So, dit beteken dat aan wanneer die het die hoek gejok.
Dat was in July maand.
Het was in July maand.
What was in July?
Can you repeat that again?
What was in July?
What does it mean in July?
Het ik voor hem gemeet.
I met it in July.
You see, counsel asked you earlier, when was the first time you saw him
Verstand u is die procureur vir u gevra.
She started off by starting, when was the last time you saw him?
Hy het eers begin sê, wanneer was die laaste keer wat u hom gesien het?
And then you answered, 19th and 19th February last year.
En u het geantwoord die 19de Februarie laas jaar.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now before that she asked you, for how long have you known him?
En voordat hy sê vir u gevra, hoe lang het u hom geken?
That's when you guesstimate was 7 to 8 months.
En dit is dan die u geraai het om te sê dat 7 tot 8 maande.
Can you recall that?
Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Then Mr. Kabai did a count back. My note actually says she's now counting back.
En dit is waar sy begin het om terug te tel.
And then she came to a statement that she made to you that was, so that means you first saw him in July of 2023, which you confirmed.
En dit is waar sy gesê het dat dit beteken jy kom in Julie tot 2022 verander jaar.
Can you recall that?
Kan u dit onthou?
That's correct.
That's correct, my lord.
Now you're telling us, you first told us that you specifically remembered that you met him in February of 2023.
Nou het u geantwoord om te sê dat nou u onthou dat u kom spesifiek in Februarie 2023.
Now, Mr. Kabai, put it to you that it means when you told us earlier on it was in July of 2023, you lied to the court.
Nou, mevrou Kraal, die prokureur sê dat as u sê dat u kom in July 2023, u het geboek.
Do you understand that?
Verstaan u?
Ik verstaan, my lord.
I understand, my lord.
Do you have a comment to the statement she makes?
Het u 'n kommentaar op wat die prokureur sê?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Kabai.
Thank you, my lord. You testify that you don't really sit in my client's company.
U het getuig dat u sit enkel in sy geselskap.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Can you advance any reasons, if any, why you don't really sit in my client's company?
Kan u dan vir ons verduidelik vir ons sê hoekom sit u nie in sy geselskap is aan rede?
Wat ek dan nooit in sy geselskap gesit nie?
Because I've never sat in his company or I've never been in his company before.
Want hy het vir my alright gelyk nie.
Because he did not do alright to me.
Oh. I'm not going to pursue that now. I'll come back to your answer later. Now, when did Ayanda leave Saldana?
Wanneer het Ayanda weggegaan van Saldana?
Daai was in Maart maand.
It was in March month. March.
You want to ask me which year? I'll ask March of which year?
Wat jaar? Maart van wat jaar?
2024.
2024. March 2024.
Why did he leave?
Hoekom het jy gegaan? Hoekom het jy gegaan?
Want die mensen was op oren geweest.
Because it was a bit chaotic, you know?
Can we dwell in this chaos? I don't know what to mean.
En iedereen moet verduidelijken, als iets in is wat er was op brug is, kan iedereen verduidelijken.
My lord, ik weet nog niet of ik mag het zeggen of ik weet nog niet hoe om te zeggen nog niet. Maar
I don't know whether I'm permitted to say or I don't know how to say it or to say. Say it in the microphone.
soos my lord, ik ken niet die mensen niet. Nou, wat was mensen geweest naar Jana toegekomen.
I don't know the people, my lord, the people that came to Ayanda.
Maar ik weet ook wat de stuurder is.
I don't know whether it's a detective.
Maar alle werken voor die politie.
They also work for the police.
Toen dat we komen naar Janda toe.
They came to Ayanda.
En van Janda gevat, die andere mensen van Janda gevat politie toe.
The other people took Ayanda to the police station.
Toen die mensen van de politie weer, toen dat we naar mij toe komen.
And the people that worked for the police came to me.
En dan van mij gezegd, maar de politie en die bin nog niet, die van Janda gevat.
And they said that the police and I don't know who else took Ayanda
Tot de politie
to the police station
maar onder vraag of ik nou niet verwacht.
to ask him questions but I don't know for what.
En toen die mensen komen naar mij toe,
The people came to me.
toen zeiden voor mij,
They told me
je moet bij Linky zijn schat zitten.
I must go sit in Linky's house
Want Linky was samen met mij geweest die dag.
because Linky was with me that day.
Toen dat we mij vergeten had, zat ik bij Linky zijn.
They gave me a lift and I went to go sit at Linky's house.
En dan hulle terugkom by die polisie af.
When they came back from the police station,
Gaan hulle toe daar, gaan hulle my kry by Linky zijn.
and they will get me or find me at Linky's house.
En niemand het geweet ek is daar by Linky zijn.
Nobody knew or no one knew that I was at Linky's house.
En toen die mensen kom my kwaad,
The people came and fetched me.
ik gevra waar, toen had ik,
When I asked where am I going,
toen zei die man vir my, een van die mensen waar ik door gaan.
and the person of the man said that I mustn't tell anyone where we are going.
Toen klom ik in die rijding aan, met mijn 2 kinders.
I got into the motor vehicle with my 2 children.
En toen ons gaan politie toe.
We went to the police station.
En toen ons gewacht zijn maar hier, maar ik kan ik met 2 kinders in die mensen wat samen gereden.
We went there and waited about an hour outside, myself and the 2 children and the people that we lived there.
Toen kom haar aan de bakje,
Another party came there
samen met Ayanda.
with Ayanda.
En toen Ayanda kom naar mij toe.
Ayanda came to me.
Maar ik afgestaan is,
How I understood,
als de mensen wat die hoeken afslaan.
how I understood it, my Lord, is the people that demolish the shops.
En toen Ayanda aangekomen aan die bakje, we kwamen die bakje rijden.
Ayanda got into the party and left with the party.
Maar ik heb Ayanda gevraagd waar we gaan.
I asked Ayanda where are we going.
En Ayanda heeft me zo ons gaat Langebaanse kant toe.
Ayanda said that we're going to Langaban's direction or Langaban's side.
En ik en Ayanda net 2 kinders het samen gaan samen met de man geweest dat gereden.
Myself and Ayanda went and it was only the man that was driving.
Dus ik heb gezegd was de safe house geweest.
As I understood, my Lord, it was at this safe house.
De oorzaken beleid.
We stayed there.
Voor 2, 3 weken was oorzaken geweest.
We stayed there for 2-3 weeks.
En toen de andere mensen komen wat voor de politie brengen.
Other people came that worked for the police.
Van die vrouwen toen op zoek naar Joshlin.
And they were looking or searching for Joshlin.
En daar was nog andere mensen, er was veel mensen die daar naartoe komen.
And there were other people as well. There was a lot of people that came there as well.
En het was een slaan daarbij is.
And they assaulted the beat us up there at that house.
Nou, het is gewoon van mijn kinderen daar geweest zitten.
They also did not worry about my children that were there.
En in het neefst daar komen maar weer mensen.
The following day, people came again.
Ik weet niet of het was load shedding, maar die kraan was amper aan geweest.
I don't know whether it was load shedding or load, but the electricity was over the evening.
En die mensen waren klaar was om de maskers was zo geweest.
People had been by cars, my lord, the witness shows, and masks, so my lord.
In de kannen gaat weer.
They had firearms with again.
In de toppen gaat waar ons het was al gezet in de
Tops.
stukken kom betekent.
They had tops like a bomber jacket, my lord, where we had to put in our faces.
En was hier zo mijn navragen vraag.
It was basically for me, my lord, after was asked a question.
Toen zei maar ik weet niet waar Joshlin is.
I said that I don't know where Joshlin is.
En toen willen we dus een bomber jacket ingetellen.
And they placed my head on my face in the bomber jacket.
En die kon bezig wat om mijn lichaam te draaien.
And the blanket was wrapped around my body.
In tweede aan toen ik ga weten waar kan het Joshlin gelopen.
And further, I went to make sure that which side of the Joshlin walked to.
Want dat was die vrouw wat er of mij nog vragen. Dus zei ik maar ik weet niet waar Joshlin is.
Because that's a question they asked me, and I said that I don't know where Joshlin is.
Maar het gezegd Stefanos niet gezegd ik weet waar wat ik aan Joshlin gelopen.
Stefano said that I'm the one that knows where Joshlin walked to.
Sorry, was Stefano there? Or those people said?
Uiteindelijk was Stefano daar geweest voor uiteindelijk is zo gezegd.
Die mensen zo gezegd.
The people said that.
In tweede aan toen ik zelf met mijn samenleving.
And furthermore, they said that I must ride with him.
Toen ik gaan samenleving.
I'll be with him.
Toen ik mijn kinderen bij Ayanda gelost.
I left my children with Ayanda.
Ik samenleving gesearched in die poster en looking for Joshlin.
I searched with them in the bushes, searching for Joshlin.
Toen was ik zo bang geweest.
I was so scared.
Toen wil ik haar toepen.
I wanted to run.
Toen zei ik me dat schiet.
They said they're going to shoot me.
Toen ik ga blijven staan bij die mensen.
I did not run, I stood there by the people.
En hulle wil nie so daar aan die polisie gewees het nie.
Can you believe that?
Hulle wil so naby aan die polisie se kant gewees het. Hulle het nie een kant hulle gestaan.
They did not want to be near the police, my lord, they just stood on the side.
En hulle het die kanne vir my gewys.
They showed me the firearm.
En toe ons weer in die kar geklip, in die pakje geklip, in die kar geklip en toe ry ons.
We got into the bike again and we left, in the motor vehicle we left.
Toe daar by die pad, die voerse mense inkom by Jazbel.
But the road they find the road as you go into the zone.
Ek oorklim in 'n ander rigting in.
And I went over to another motor vehicle.
Toe daai ander mans mens van weggeneem tot via wat hulle gekry het.
And the other lane, those men blame would took me to the point where I was taken from, or where I was.
Is that how he decides for the other place?
As a baby, he starts to place of a Langaman, the witness is emotional, my lord.
Was 'n lange baan gewees.
Langaman, my lord.
Finish this portion if you can, otherwise we think it again. This one low. We will aim to one. Shall we take the lunch and agenda down accordingly? It's 55 minutes. Take the lunch and agenda. 30.
All right.
Die volgens bewijs waar die was bij Langebaan zijn die was aangehaald en weet dat ze niet Langebaan doen. En wat het gebeurde met Ayana.
Ayanda was by die huis gewees, by die kinders.
Ayana was at home for children.
At your place.
By Isabel.
By Langebaan.
Langebaan.
I don't think the microphone of the witness is on. Now, just before you continue, Ms. Mkapai, there's something I was thinking about that we might want to clarify, because we have the plea explanations. We've also heard other evidence about an incident that happened on the 29th. Can you maybe describe these buckies that were involved in what seems to be an abduction and a torture that you described?
Kan die volgens het bakjes die over volgens duidelijke vonnis was so goed volgens dat die bakjes die by die studie van ontvoering en waar een was.
Dit was 'n bakkie wat 'n kap agter gehad het en was geskryf langs die sides, maar ek kan nie onthou wat was ons het geskryf was.
It was a vacuum model with a canopy at the back. There was some writing along the side, but I can't remember what was written on the sides. Can you clear by the footpath?
Dit was wat maar was nog 'n kalk by my kan nie uit maar wat 'n kalk was onthou nie.
It was white in color, but there was another color as well, but I can't remember what color it was.
Thank you, Ms. Mkapai.
Thank you, my lord. Do you remember the place where this assault took place?
And you know, the plate by the unrandom plus of Papa's here.
Ek weet nie wat 'n plek maar so Langebaan en Langebaan en
I don't know the place, but it's something in Langebaan.
Was my friend Stevino amongst the people who were assaulted?
Als my feelings to be tussen die mense wat aangeraak was.
nee my lord.
No, my lord.
Do you still remember the date of this assault?
Kan u die datum onthou wanneer dit van hierdie aanranding?
nee my lord.
No, my lord.
Was Asanda also assaulted?
Asanda or Ayanda?
Ayanda. Was Ayanda also assaulted?
Was Ayanda ook aangeraak?
Dis korrek my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now, my question to you before what you called case, my question to you was, how did he leave? How did Ayanda leave Sadana?
With Ayanda dan Saldana gegaan, with hy verloor van Saldana.
Van Langebaan af, toe ons in Langebaan gewees het, daar vanaf toe gaan ons polisiestasie, toe Langebaan se polisiestasie.
From Langebaan, my lord, in Langebaan, we went to Langebaan police
O daar gebleven voor 2 dagen, 3 dagen wanneer ze boven komen te voor de school. 2, 3 dagen.
We stayed there to about 2 or 3 days.
If you can, before you give me an explanation, I don't need an explanation per se. Just tell me, how did Ayanda leave Sagana? If you can.
As ik kan voor mij say with Ayanda weggegaan van Saldanha. Ik wil jullie dat vertellen. Als ik kan say with the weggegaan van Saldanha.
Als die zijn case.
Because of Joslin's case,
Yes, but how did he leave?
would they
Did somebody take him away? Did he drive away? Did he take a taxi or a bus? Do you know?
Het het taxi gevat.
Iemand van kwam.
Someone came to fetch him. Someone came to fetch him.
Where was he when this someone came to fetch him?
Waar was hy gewees toe hierdie persoon kom aan?
Hij was daar bij zijn broers huis geweest.
He was at his brother's house.
Can you say he left against his will or he voluntarily left Sagana?
So you can say hy sê eie wil uitgeloop of hy was forceer om Saldanha te gaan.
Hij persoonlijk van gevraagd als u beter hoor om met Saldanha bij te gaan.
The person, wat het die punt?
Die persoon van gevraagd of van gezegd als u beter is de way om met Saldanha bij te gaan.
The person asked him, my lord, and said that is the better way or that's the best way to get out of Saldanha.
Which person is it? Do you know the person?
Wat de persoon is dat? Ken jy die persoon?
Ik ken niet die persoon, maar ik weet zijn gezicht.
I don't know the person, but I know the person's face.
Were you also present when this person arrived and fetched Ayanda?
Was u ook teenwoordig die tyd wat die persoon daar gekom het en vir Ayanda gevat het?
Dat is correct.
Yes, that's correct.
And you were left behind.
En u was agtergelos.
Ik heb samen omgegaan.
Kan u weer sê?
Ik heb samen omgegaan.
I left with him.
When Ayanda was leaving Sagana, you said you left together. Was he happy? We're talking about somebody who has 3 business interests in Saldanha. Was he happy when he was leaving Saldanha?
U het gesê dit was Ayanda weg van Saldanha af gaan hê. U het saam met hom gegaan. Was hy gelukkig geweest om Saldanha uit te gaan want iemand nou hy 3 besighede gehad?
Nee, hij was niet gelukkig, nee.
No, he was not happy.
Do you know the reasons why he had to leave?
Weet u die rede hoekom moet hy gegaan het?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Not sure whether I heard correctly. This person who took him away and suggested it would be better for him to take away, was this person linked in any event to the people that were questioning you?
Ek gaan net terug gaan bietjie net. Die persoon wat gekom het en gesê het dit is die beste manier om 'n beter way om in Saldanha uit te kom, is die deel van die mense wat hom op 'n aangeraad het.
Dat is de mensen wat voor hem, wat nou om te komen met informatie dat hij moet weggaan.
Kan u weer eens zeggen?
Dat is de eerste mensen wat voor hem georganiseerd hebben. Dat is de betere manier om uit Saldanha bij te gaan.
That the first people, the people that told him that that is a better way or the best way to get out of Saldanha, my lord.
People to the ones that took you to Langebaan.
Was dit die verschillende mensen geweest, was dit die andere mensen geweest wat u vir Saldanha by toe geleerd? Langebaan, my lord.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
So two different groups of people.
So, twee verschillende groepen.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
It's just two steps apart. I'm sorry about that. This person who said this will be the better way or the best way to leave Saldanha. What was your understanding of that? Because I don't understand it. This will be the best way for you to leave Saldanha.
Die persoon wat gesê het dit is die beste way, die beste manier om Saldanha uit te gaan. Ek verstaan, kan u, wat het u verstaan by dit?
Want die mensen was op hoger geweest, die mensen willen die ook aanpraten van Ayanda. Dat is hoekom, dus ik denk dat is de reden hoekom die persoon gezegd Ayanda moet weggaan.
It's because it was a bit chaotic here in Saldanha, my lord, and the people wanted also to break down our shack, my lord. And for my assumption, I took it that the person was saying that is the best way to get out of Saldanha because of that.
And which mode of transport did you use to leave Saldanha?
Wat soort voertuig het u gebruik om uit Saldanha te kom?
Dat was hulle voertuig geweest.
It was their mode of transport.
This person's transport.
Was dit hierdie persoon se voertuig?
Dat was die polisie se transport geweest.
It was a police transport.
This person who came to where you were and Ayanda, was he a civilian or a policeman?
Die persoon wat hier na u toe gekom het in Ayanda, was dit 'n polisiebeampte geweest of was dit maar net 'n persoon van die publiek, 'n normale mens?
Soos ek verstaan, soos ek al gehoord Ayanda en die mansmens praat,
How I understood, my lord, and so I saw Ayanda and this man was speaking.
En ek het al vir Ayanda gevra,
I asked Ayanda,
wie is die persoon?
who is this person?
Toe het Ayanda aan my gesê,
Ayanda said to me,
dat is 'n speerder of 'n kaptein, ek is nie seker of 'n kaptein of 'n speerder is.
and Ayanda said that the detective, I'm not sure what they said, the detective or captain.
Did you leave the same day when this man came or you left the following day?
Het julle geloop, dus het u dieselfde dag geloop of dieselfde dag wat die man gekom het of op 'n ander dag?
Ons het dieselfde tyd as ons geloop.
We left the same time.
To understand so that we don't get confused. There was this group of people that took you to Langebaan initially,
Daar was 'n groep mense wat julle Langebaan toe geneem het.
Dat is correct,
and,
my
they,
lord.
and that's where the incidents with the bomber jacket and the blankets happened.
En dit is waar die bomberjacket incident en die kombers incident gebeur het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Thereafter, you and Ayanda, you went to Langebaan police station.
Nadat u en Ayanda het julle Langebaan polisiestasie toe gegaan.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
That's where you stayed for 2 to 3 days, and then somebody with a police vehicle fetched you there.
En dit is waar julle gebly vir 2 tot 3 dae en dit is iemand wat daar gekom het wat julle kom aan het.
Dat is correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
But were you fetched from the police station or from Ayanda's brother's house?
Was u gehaal van die polisiestasie af van Ayanda se broershuis?
Na die naby Langebaan se polisiestasie het ons weer teruggegaan tot daar by sy broers en tot die persoon voorskwaal daar so.
After near Langebaan police station, my lords went to Ayanda's brother's house. That's where they fetched us.
Thank you, Ms. Mkabai.
Thank you. Now this policeman first you to where? Where did it take you?
Hierdie polisievoertuig het hier vir hulle gehaal, vir hulle gehaal en waar toe dit vir hulle geneem.
Van Langebaan se polisiestasie af tot in Saldanha Bay by sy broershuis.
He took us from Langebaan police station and took us to his brother's house in Saldanha Bay.
I am at his brother's house now.
Ek is nou by die broer se huis, nee?
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
At his brother's house, where did this policeman take you to?
Van die broer se huis af. Waar het die polisievoertuig vir hulle geneem?
Cape Town, ek weet nie waar in Cape Town nie. Waar bly sy broer?
In Cape Town, I don't know where his brother resides in Cape Town.
Wait. So from Langebaan, you didn't come back to Saldanha.
So,
Ayanda's brother, does he live in Cape Town somewhere?
bly Ayanda se broer iewers in die Kaap en hulle het nie teruggekom Saldanha Bay toe nie.
Een broer bly in die twee broers bly in die Kaap en een broer bly in Saldanha Bay.
Two brothers reside in Cape Town and the one other brother resides in Saldanha Bay.
So were you taken from the brother in Saldanha to another brother in Cape Town?
Dis korrek, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you have any chance, any opportunity to go to your house before this policeman took you to Cape Town?
Het u 'n kans gehad om u na u huis te gaan voor hierdie voertuig vir u Kaap te geneem het?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Then from Cape Town, where did you go?
Dan van die Kaap af, want het julle gegaan?
Toe ons daar gebly op sy broers by die yard op sy by sy broer.
We stayed at the brother's yard
In Cape Town.
in die Kaap.
Dis korrek.
That's correct.
Is Ayanda still in Cape Town?
Is Ayanda nog steeds in die Kaap?
Hy is in Eastern Cape.
He's in the Eastern Cape.
We know that from Saldanha, you were driven in a police van to Cape Town. Do you know whether he was still driven by the police van from Cape Town to the Eastern Cape?
Ons weet dat van hierdie kant af van Saldanha af, nee, julle het in 'n polisievoertuig gery Kaap toe. So nou wat ons probeer wil weet is dat van die Kaap af tot in die Ooskaap was hy gery deur die polisie of in die polisievoertuig.
Ek weet nie of hy of saam met die gery nie.
I don't know if he drove or he went with whom. I don't know.
He didn't tell you how he traveled to the Eastern Cape from Cape Town.
Hy het nie vir u gesê hoe het hy gery of gegaan van die uit die Kaap uit na die Ooskaap toe.
Ek was nie tyd by die huis, ek was uit in die polisie daar by die tronk gewees.
I was not at home that time. I was at the prison.
Saldanha.
So waar was u gearresteer in die Kaap of u in Saldanha Bay?
In Saldanha Bay.
Here in Saldanha, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. before the disappearance of Joshlin.
Voor Joshlin verdwyn het,
Did Ayanda ever discuss him one day going to the Eastern Cape or relocating or leaving Saldanha?
voor Joshlin weggeraak het, het Ayanda ooit gepraat om te sê dat hy sal beoog om terug te gaan Oos-Kaap toe.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Where in the Eastern Cape?
Waar in die Oos-Kaap?
Ik weet niet of ik nou recht zijn in de Yellow Veil of... Maar het is aan de Yellow Veil.
I can't really say is it in Yellowvale or is it in Yellowvale Malone, but somewhere in Yellowvale.
Do you know in which district are your children residing?
En weet u waar in de, wat het tussen bly u kinders?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
It is enough for you to know that they are in the Eastern Cape with Ayanda. That information is enough.
Dat is die informatie wat u het, dit is maar net genoeg om te sê hulle sal met die Ayanda in die Oos-Kaap.
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
Why you didn't ask him the district in which they are in the Eastern Cape?
Hoekom het u nie gevra nie waar presies in die Oos-Kaap?
Hy het vir my gesê hy is by sy ma.
He said that it is at his mother's place.
Where?
Waar?
Eastern Cape is big.
Oos-Kaap is groot.
Ik weet niet waar, maar hy het gesê hy het gewoon genoem die naam Yellow Veil.
I don't know where, but he just named the name and said Yellowvale.
Thank you, Ms. Lombard. Now we are at your evidence. In your evidence, I'm sorry. You testify that on the 18th and in the morning,
En u is getuigenis, u het getuig dat op die 18e, die oggend,
while you were going to Kelly's place, you saw a bakkie.
terwyl u op pad na Kelly's huis toe, u het 'n bakkie gesien.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now it has come to this court that the bakkie you alleged that you've seen on the 18th, it was not there on the 18th. It was there on the 17th of February 2024.
Ons het nog gehoor of dit bygekom dat die bakkie wat u sê u dit op die 18de gesien, dit was nie gesien, die getuienis wat daar is dit was op die 17de, die bakkie was daar gewees die 17de.
May I please, that wasn't evidence that was led in court. It was reference made to an affidavit that has only provisionally been allowed. As the court
I'll
pleases.
allow the question, but maybe again, as I've impressed upon Mr. Harmse, when we work with a witness, try and put a little bit of context. So we're now dealing with the bakkie, the detective bakkie that came there for the chicken theft.
Stel,
That's correct, my lord.
that's correct, my lord.
So you've heard from Mr. Harmse that, and there's a statement that he handed in,
U het nou gehoor,
that policeman says he was there on the Saturday, the 17th, and not Sunday, the 18th.
U het gehoor tydens wat meneer Harmse u vraag gevra het, dat hierdie bakkie was daar gewees die 17de, die Saterdag en nie die 18de, die bakkie van die Wondersdiefstal.
Die bakkie het die Sondag gekom.
The bakkie came there the Sunday.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Now the court has already asked you that question. I wanted to hear what is your comment on that. I'll leave that question. Now the picture you've painted before this court and in your evidence in chief is that
Die prentjie wat u voor die hof gesit het en wat u gesê het tydens wat u getuig het,
the reason why you left your house that morning is because you wanted to ask food for your children, for Kelly.
en die rede wat u die rede wat u die oggend geloop het of gegaan het na Kelly toe is om kos te vra vir u kinders.
That's correct.
That's correct.
But I see you standing there the whole morning and afternoon without asking food for your children.
Ek sien u is daar die hele oggend en die middag, maar u het nie kos gevra nie vir u kinders nie.
Vir Kelly nou.
From Kelly now.
Where were you going to ask food from?
Waar sou u kos gevra het dan?
When you were leaving your house in the morning?
By Kelly,
From Kelly.
Yes.
ek het vir haar,
I did ask her.
That will be evidence number 4. You know evidence in chief. You didn't. Under explanation, you asked why you didn't. You came with the new story of Ayanda sending somebody at home with money. Is you that you did indeed ask for food for your kids?
Can you just please repeat the last part, please?
Again, let's try and assist the witness. You've established very well the background of the witness, and I think we need to be sensitive, not try and confuse the witness. And I'm not saying you were attempting to do that, but it is just with respect to the witness and her abilities. So when you took the food to Ayanda, you told us that he was going to send somebody with money so that you can buy food. But you've told us the whole story of going to the house, and I'm not going to rerun the question of whether the kids were with or not. I think we've had enough of that. Then, of course, the detective was there about the chickens.
U het gaan of nou kos te gaan vra vir die kinders en ek gaan nie alles rally oor wat dit gebeur was die kinders saam of nie en die speler wat daar gewees oor die ondersoekbeampte was daar gewees oor die hoenders diefstal.
But then it became a bit chaotic there because now Buta and Kelly were arguing.
Maar nou die goed was bietjie chaos geweest want Kelly en Boeta het 'n stryery gehad.
that's correct.
That's correct.
So, unless I've missed it, Ms. Nkabai is correct. Up till now, you haven't told us that you've asked Kelly for food.
En miskien as ek dit gemis het nie, van Kawaii is reg want tot hierdie punt u het nog nie vir ons gesê nie, het u die kos gevra vir die kinders.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Dat jy nog nie vir ons gesê het nie, that you
Dat
didn't
u
tell
nog
us
nie vir
yet,
ons gesê het dat u het kos gevra.
except now.
Behalwe nou.
That's correct, my lord.
That's correct, my lord.
Now you can ask Ms. Nkabai.
Now, at this hour, you are telling this court that you asked food for your kids from Kelly.
Nou op hierdie uur, u sê vir ons dat u het kos gevra vir u kinders van Kelly af. U het vir Kelly gevra vir kos vir die kinders.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Is
Did
it
you ask food?
I vra kos vir my kinders.
Yes, I asked for food for my kids.
Why did you ask food for your kids from Kelly?
Hoekom het u vir Kelly gevra vir kos vir die kinders?
Want daar was er nog kos vir my en my kinders gewees, wat het vir Janda.
Because there was not enough food for myself and the children, it was for Ayanda.
The answer you are giving me now, it is totally different to the answer you've given to my learned colleague.
Die antwoord wat u nou vir my gee, dit is 'n ander antwoord nou as soos u vir die ander prokureur gegee het.
I'm going to remind you. In your evidence in chief,
In getuienis in hoof,
you testify that after you watched what happened, and then you testify that then you left for your home to prepare food for your kids and Ayanda.
u het gesê dat u na u huis toe gegaan om kos te gaan maak vir u en vir Ayanda.
That's correct.
That's correct.
And my learner colleague for the state asked you,
And this-
what time was that now?
En die staataanklaer het vir u 'n vraag gevra, hoe laat was dit?
That's correct.
That's correct.
And your answer was, it was 1 p.m.
En u se antwoord was dit was 1 uur.
A follow-up question was,
En die volgende vraag was,
where did you get the food
en die
that
antwoord,
you were going to prepare for your kids?
en die vraag was, waar het u die kos gekry wat u sal reggemaak het vir die kinders?
Still remember that?
Kan u dit onthou nog?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now you brought a new piece of evidence that you've never mentioned in your evidence in chief. You said Ayanda sent a guy. First guy was to fetch the polish, and the second guy was to give you money to buy food for the kids.
En u het nou nuwe getuienis voor die hof gesê. U het gesê die eerste persoon het daar gekom vir die polish kom halen en die ander een het hem geld gebring om die kos te gaan koop.
Dat is maar die waarheid.
That is the truth.
Please explain to me. Maybe there's something that I don't understand from your answers.
Kan u dan vir my verduidelik, miskien dat iets wat ek nie verstaan van u se getuienis af nie?
Because two different versions cannot be the truth.
Want twee verskillende goed kan nie die waarheid wees nie.
Hoe bedoel mevrouw?
How do you mean, ma'am?
You are telling me now that you did ask food.
U sê nou vir ons dat u het kos gevra van Kelly.
When this question was put to you yesterday or the day before, you said no. Some Ayanda sent somebody to you with money. I remember the court, even the court asked you, what time where did you get the time to buy? It was flour and flakes. Where did you get that time? Maize, yes. Maize and meat. Where did you get that time?
En u wat ook gevra, nadat u was gevraagd, nee, dus die antwoord u dat Ayanda het iemand gestuur om die geld om kos gaan koop, nee, dit was die diene geweest en die vlees. En die hof het ook u gevra, hoe laat was dit die tyd?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Now, tell me, which one is the truth?
Nou sê vir my wat die een is die waarheid.
Voor Ayanda weer toe gaan, het ek en Ayanda gepraat oor die kos van vanmiddag.
Before Ayanda went to work, myself and Ayanda spoke about the food for the afternoon.
En toe het iemand gestuur om die polisie te kom halen, vraag ek vir die persoon.
And he sent someone to come and fetch the polish, and I asked this person,
Hoe laat is dit?
and what time it is.
If what you are telling the court is the truth,
Goed, as dan wat u nou vir die hof sê as dit die waarheid is,
why did you tell this court that when you left your house in that morning, you went to ask food for your kids from Kelly, if Ayanda was going to provide for you?
dan hoekom het u dan as dit die waarheid is, as u getuige dat u die oggend geloop, nee, om kos te gaan vra by Kelly vir die kinders, as Ayanda sou geld gegee het vir kos.
Dit was die oggend dat daar nie genoeg kos gewees vir my kinders nie.
It was the morning, my lord, when there was not enough food for myself and the kids.
En
The witness was wanted to explain further, my lord. Gaan vir mevrou.
in die middag het Ayanda die geld gestuur om kos te maak vir die middag vir ons om te eet.
And Ayanda sent the money the afternoon so that we can make food for the afternoon.
I'm still in the morning. I didn't go to the evening or in the afternoon. I'm asking you questions regarding the morning.
Ek is nog steeds besig met die oggend, mevrou, ek is nog nie met die middag nie.
Does it make sense for you? If Ayanda is telling you that I'm going to send money, for you to take your children and say I'm going to pay to ask food for my kids,
Can you please repeat the first part, please?
before Ayanda left for work,
Voor Ayanda werk toe gegaan het,
you discussed the budget of food for the afternoon, for the kids and for him.
julle het gepraat oor die kos vir die middag vir u en die kinders.
That's correct.
That's correct.
If now you were given that promise or that hope by Ayanda, why did you tell this court that you went to Kelly to ask food for the kids?
As Ayanda dan u daai hoop gegee het, net dan geld gestuur word om kos te gaan koop vir die kinders vir die middag. Hoekom het u dan na Kelly toe gegaan om kos te gaan vra die oggend?
Dat was mijn eigen, ik heb voor mezelf gezegd, ik ga daar bij Kelly zijn en ga kost vragen voor mijn kinders.
I told myself that I'm going to Kelly's house and ask food for my children.
You know why you are making all these unnecessary discrepancies in your evidence?
Weet jy hoekom is daar so verskillende die so foute is in wat u sê?
Do you know the reason why?
Weet u die rede?
Nee, my lord.
No, my lord.
You want me to tell you the reason why you are making these discrepancies?
Wil u hê ek moet vir u sê hoekom is daar so baie hoekom is daar so foute?
Mevrouw kan maar zeggen,
You may say, ma'am,
Because you are lying.
as want u praat leuns.
ik lieg niet.
I'm not lying.
You told the court in the morning
U het vir die hof gesê die oggend
that your mother and your father disciplined you.
en u het gesê dat u se ma en pa het vir dissipline.
Dat is correct.
Yes, that's correct.
It's common cause. It was not the first time you were going at Kelly's place on the 18th.
Ons weet dat dit was nie die eerste keer wat u na Kelly se huis gegaan het daai dag.
As you said in your evidence.
Soos u gesê het in u se getuienis.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
When you visit them, as you said, accuse one and accuse two their friends. When you visit them, how do you enter their house?
As u nou na hulle toe gaan om vir hulle te gaan kuier nie, hoe gaan u in die huis in?
Ik klop aan die deur.
I knock at the door.
Why on this day, on the 18th of February 2024, you chose not to knock at the door, but to go and stand in the corner?
Hoekom op hierdie dag op die 18de, nee, op die 18de van Februarie maand 2024, u het nie gaan kloppie by die deurie, maar u het gekies om agter te staan in die hoek.
Want ik gehoor stemmen.
It's because I heard voices.
They're your friends. If you heard voices, was not a right for you to knock and inquire what was happening? These are your friends.
Soos u sê is u vriende nie, as u nou stemme gehoor het, wat het nie net reg om te klop, om te vra wat gaan aan.
Nee, ik heb eerst stilgestaan om te luisteren wat de stemmen is daarvoor dat ik gaan kloppen.
No, I first stood still to hear the voices, whose voices are those.
Okay. You didn't only stood there. You stood there and eavesdropped.
U het nie net daar gestaan nie, u het daar gestaan en geluister. Afgeluister.
Dat is correct.
That's correct.
Why did you do that?
Hoekom het u dit gedoen?
Want ik heb geluisterd wat de stemmen is in die huis.
Because I was listening whose voices or which voices are those in the house.
That is a private property.
Dat is iemand se eiendom.
You don't respect people's spaces.
U respekteer nie iemand se plek nie, of goed nie?
Ik heb gehoord als stem in die kamer, wat is er geluisterd, wat is stem in die kamer en toen hoor ik Kelly en Buddha praten in de kamer.
I heard the voices in the room, my lord, and I heard that is Kelly and Buddha's voices in the room.
Don't you know that people in their private spaces, they've got a right to privacy?
Weet nie dat mense op hulle eie private plek, hulle private goed.
Dat is correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you think what you did is allowed or permitted by the morals of the society?
Dink u nou wat u nou gedoen het is reg om daar te staan en afluister mense in hulle eie plekke?
Ik weet dat is een regel, maar ik heb gehoord wat Kelly en Buddha gepraat het.
Yes, I know it's not correct or right, but I heard what Kelly and Buddha spoke about or said.
With due respect before this court, my lord, I request to stop here. Tomorrow I want to start on my client's instructions.
Defense counsel and the state executives earlier about the planning for this afternoon. Now, you would be aware that the interpreter's been struggling the whole morning. So we need to give her a break as well. And it's been a long day for the witness. Witness has been on the witness stand for a long time now. But also it makes sense when you cross-examine that you split it up at a sensible point. We would not have finished with a witness this afternoon because we normally adjourn at 3 because we start an hour earlier than the normal time. So I'm going to take the adjournment now till tomorrow morning. We must try and finish this witness by tomorrow afternoon. So we might push a little bit during the day. We're going to have 2 interpreters tomorrow to assist us so that we can plan for the next 3 days where we're going. Not going to push counsel too hard. I know you're almost there. It is now your instructions, Mr. Nkabai, and Mr. Sivnarayan will have the better part of the day. So that we just try and utilize our time. Today is a bit of a difficult situation, so I also don't want us not to have Ms. Bulani tomorrow with no voice. Then it's not helpful at all. So till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Mr. Apollos, Mr. Van Rijn, you know the drill by now. Malmesbury Correctional Center, Ms. Smith, you will be held at Langebaan SAPS, and then hopefully we can make up some of the time tomorrow. Court will adjourn till tomorrow morning at 9.